A very good morning to all. I request all the students to be seated, please. Everyone, please settle down. A very good morning to all, and please do accept my unrehearsed and genuine welcome for the one-day international conference on skill development and entrepreneurship, Scaling New Horizons, which is jointly organized by the Skill Development and Entrepreneurship Cell of VPM's KG Joshi College of Arts and NG Bedekar College of Commerce, Autonomous, and Department of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, University of Mumbai, in association with Atal Incubation Center, Garje Marathi Foundation, and Asian Institute of Family Managed Business. May I now request our respected guest to light the ceremonial lamp. I request the guest to light the ceremonial lamp. Yes. Thank you so much, respected dignitaries. I request you all to proceed to the dais. May I request our principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik, our chief guest for this program, Ms. Meenal Mohadikar, our keynote addressee, Ms. Ado Dendo, and the convener of the conference, Dr. Archana Prabhudesai, and the coordinator of this conference, Dr. Archana Nair, to be on the stage. Thank you all. Humans evolved as hunters and gatherers, where we all worked for ourselves. It's only at the beginning of agriculture that we became more hierarchical. The Industrial Revolution and factories have made us extremely hierarchical because one individual couldn't necessarily own or build a factory. But now, thanks to internet and technology, we are going back to an age where there are more and more people who thrive to work for themselves, a zeal which proclaims, I would rather be a failed entrepreneur than someone who never tried, because they believe that even a failed entrepreneur has the skill to make it on their own. We had a holistic start to this conference yesterday with the curtain raiser, wherein we had an array of eminent personalities like Dr. Shailesh Umate, consulting psychiatrist, Ms. Tripti Joshi, senior clinical psychologist, Ms. Varsha Parchure, social activist, and Dr. Suchitra Naik, our principal counselor and able administrator. As the very theme note of the conference states, the future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways. I firmly believe that these deliberations and discussions would provide a platform for discussing new horizons in the domain of skill development and entrepreneurship. Over for the felicitations. May I now request our principal to felicitate our chief guest for this session, Ms. Meenal Mordikar. Madam is the Vice President of Maharashtra Economic Development Council. May I now request our principal to felicitate our keynote addressee, Ms. Ada Diendo, who is the president of WICCI's India EU Business Council and principal consultant of European Business and Technical Center. I now request the convener of this conference, Dr. Archana Prabhudesai, to felicitate our principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik. I now request Archana Nair, who is the coordinator of this conference, to felicitate the convener of this conference, Dr. Archana Prabhudesai. May now I now request Madam Mridmay Madam to felicitate Archana Nair Madam, who is the coordinator of this conference. May I now request Rohit sir to felicitate our vice principals here. Yes. Dr. Priyamvada Tokekar. Dr. Mahesh Patel. Professor Subhash Shinde. Vice Principal of Junior College, Sangeeta Dikshit Madam. And IQAC Coordinator, Dr. Pradnya Raje Bahadur. She's here. Okay. We have our conference guest over here. May I request Rani Madam to felicitate them? Mr. Luke Marsh. Mr. Luke Marsh. Mr. Ritesh Gorang. Dr. Janchai. Yes. Dr. Jyoti Gogte. We also have with us Dr. Sudhakar Agarkar from the management. I request Jayashree, Madam to felicitate, Rani Madam to felicitate. And I also request Madam to felicitate Murdeshwar sir, who is there with us. Murdeshwar sir. Now we have our MOU partners who are there with us. Mr. Adesh Surya Rao, sorry. Mr. Adesh Surya Rao. Bendre sir. Yes, I request Jayashree Madam to felicitate, sir. Mr. Sanjeev Brahme. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. We also have with us our mentor, Dr. Shashank Tilak with us. Sir is here. Yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone. May I now request the convener of this conference, Dr. Archana Prabhudesai, to speak a few words.
Thank you, Suja Madam. Good morning and warm welcome to the respected dais. Today's chief guest, Ms. Minal Mohadikar Madam, Vice President, Maharashtra Economic Development Council. Our keynote speaker, Ms. Ada Dangdo, President of Wikis India EU Business Council. Our honorable, beloved Principal Madam, Dr. Suchitra Naik, co-coordinator or co-convener of the conference, my dear friend, Dr. Archana Nair, all distinguished guests from different countries and from different parts of India, our associate partners, our sponsors who were the backbone in the entire process, members of advisory committee, principals of sister institutions, members of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, skill development and entrepreneurship cell mentors, chairpersons of today's 3 different technical sessions, paper presenters who have come all the way from different parts of our state at the same time country, participants from different colleges, research institutions, corporate delegates, vice principals Subhash Shinde sir, Dr. Priyamvada Tokekar madam, Dr. Mahesh Patil sir, junior college vice principal Dikshit madam, supervisor Chaya Kore madam, non-teaching staff, volunteers, and most important, our beloved students. Warm welcome to all of you on this special morning. That is today, the college is celebrating, or the organization is done for 19th one-day international conference on the theme of skill development and entrepreneurship, rising new horizons. This conference is jointly organized by our parent body, that is University of Mumbai, Department of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, Rambhau Mhalgi Prabodhini Atal Incubation Center, and our Garze Marathi Global Foundation. And at the same time, we got the association of AIFMB, that is Asian Institute of Family Managed Business. In tune with the Skill India mission of the Government of India, that is Kushal Bharat, Kaushalya Bharat, the objectives of NEP 2020, which every one of us is going through, the skill development and entrepreneurship cell of Joshi Bedekar College has been constituted under the guidance of our principal madam. The twin objective of this cell is helping our students upskill and become self-reliant. The cell conducts different kinds of activities throughout the year. We conducted a number of activities to create an awareness about entrepreneurship, its related opportunities for startups, and we tried to give platform to our students to convert their passions into careers. The current era believes in the importance of self-employment, developing one's own venture. And that's why, to highlight these needs, SAIL focuses on improving employability skills through nurturing the culture of entrepreneurship in our campus. With this objective and the overall picture in the market related to startups, we felt the need to organize some conference which will churn, or where the discussion will be held related to startup things. And that's why this idea emerged under the guidance of Principal Madam to conduct an international conference on this particular theme. The theme was launched a way back, that is in the last academic year, January 2022. And since last entire year, different activity-based programs, courses, workshops were arranged. For this, we received an association from different partners. We had guest lectures from Panel Zakaria, who highlighted the need to create the entrepreneurship mindset. We also conducted different sessions. Mr. Rahul Lahiri, he's chaired a session for business plan competition, and he helped us to shortlist 4 best startup projects, and for them now Tilak sir and the team is guiding the 4 projects are in pipeline, and soon we are going to share this good news with everyone that those 4 students have finally started their setup, and almost they are in the next stage, and the work is going on in full swing. We also observed 17 July as International Youth Skill Day, where we conducted a workshop for our students, and Deputy Commissioner Mr. Shalik Pawar from MSSDS, he visited the campus. More than 300 students participated on International Youth Skill Day workshop. We had 3 main MOU partners, and these 3 partners MOUs were conducted again with Rambhau Mhalgi Prabodhini, Garze Marathi, and AIFMB. They provided us mentors in the who are continuously guiding and supporting our students. We observed 16 January as a National Startup Day, where maximum students from our skill-based courses, they basically got the guidance regarding same area. Our 2 main courses which we are running successfully under skill, that is UGC NSQF skill development, BIVOC, that is a 3 years full-time degree course, and a certificate course on disaster management. As a prelude to the conference, we arranged pre-conference workshop for our teachers also on the theme of publishing research papers in Scopus and high quality index journal. Around 80 teachers participated in this. The sale is contributing to a very important activity, and that project is conducted again under madam's guidance along with Sangeeta Das madam. Skill development sale is helping at Mokhada, and in due course, madam will tell us about that particular project. The different skill development workshop symposiums were conducted in association with different departments of our college. So banking, insurance, Department of Commerce, and different other departments, they joined hands to celebrate or to conduct different workshops. Yesterday, we had wonderful curtain raiser session where through panel discussion, the panelists contributed towards importance of life skill in our life. Almost entire year, the sale has organized different programs, and now the day, basically the conference day, we are very happy to see you all here. Everyone has visited in spite of their busy schedule. So thanks a lot, and we are very happy to announce one important thing. We received a good response from different paper writers. Why different? Papers were received from international, national teachers, the research guides, and our beloved students also. So Avishkar, that university level competition is conducted. Those students have also participated, and first time they are writing research papers for this particular conference. I'm very happy to announce that we have received 78 research papers, and first time, madam, under madam's guidance, this is an attempt to provide an opportunity to paper writers of, two things, that is UGC care journals and peer-reviewed double-blind impact factor journals. So today's technical sessions, we are definitely going to see the different paper presentations, and we received cooperation from, I shall mention this, 15 sponsors, and definitely a good amount of sponsorship was contributed, and definitely lot of efforts were put by the volunteers regarding collection of the this particular conduct of conference. The agenda of the conference has been given in your kit. I shall mention this thing also. The kit which you have received, that is again support to a startup. So one new startup was developed, and we approach entire country. My students, they were searching, and one startup started before 6 months at Delhi, and we gave him the ideas related to that. And Varli painting, that is again a wonderful skill of our beloved citizen. Yeah. So that is also the thing. Dear friends, so the entire day, everyone will enjoy. Different sessions are arranged over here, and I wish you all an eventful day ahead. Happy listening to everyone, and good day. Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Dr. Archana Prabhudesai. May I now request the pride of our institution, Dr. Suchitra Naik, Madam, to address the gathering.
Respected dais, keynote addressee, Dr. Ada Dando, our chief guest, Minal Mohadikar Madam, convener of this conference, Dr. Archana Prabhudesai, co-convener, again Dr. Archana Nair, dignitaries present over here from various countries, as Archana has already mentioned, from India as well as from various other colleges. So dignitaries present over here, guests present over here, my dear colleagues and my dear students. Whatever happens in college is happening for, keeping you all at the center. So they all have come today, okay, to meet you all. In the beginning, I would like to also convey message of our chairman, Dr. Vijay Bedekar, for towards all the guests. He has sent his greetings, though he is not present over here. He has joined online. He has been source of inspiration to all of us. Principals from other institutions would agree with me. Now, Dr. Archana has given a fair background of how this event, I would just like to correct. It's not D-Day, madam, rather it is Uttarayan, okay? So we are moving towards better and longer days as far as skill and entrepreneurship is concerned. I would like to begin with Bhagavad Gita, Buddhi Yukto Jahatiha Ubhe Sukrut Dushkrute Tasmat Udyogaya Yujaswa Yogaha Karmasu Kaushalam. Means one who prudently practices the science of duty without attachment can get rid of both good and bad reactions in this life itself. Therefore, strive for yoga, equanimity of mind, which is the art of working skillfully in proper consciousness as far as our duties are concerned. See, the bottom line is you might have heard about great saints of our land, Kabira or Sautamari, or many more. The point is that Kabira used to take God's name constantly while weaving the shawls. And his shawls were known not only in India, but outside India also. He was known for his skill of weaving. Now, similarly, Sautamari always his farm used to be full of green vegetables. And he used to say, because this is my God. I don't consider God as something else. This is my worship. Now, as Archana madam mentioned, there are certain life skills which are garbed in hand-on skills. Swami Vivekananda always said, the entire personality development is possible only through H cube, that is hand skills, okay, head, cognitive skills, as Bhagavad Gita is saying, sthirata of mind, sthirata, steadiness of mind, scrolling, jumping, not that steadiness of mind. And third and most important, cultivation of your heart. And cultivation of your heart means with how much compassion you are doing your duty. So I think these things are very important as far as skill development and entrepreneurship is concerned. See, we have been associated with Garze Marathi as well as AIFMB, Rambau Magi Prabodhini, Atal Incubation Center, University of Mumbai, and all other institutes of Thane. See, now the thing is, we are so best placed today globally that, our local skills, there is scope due to changing, policies, due to changing nature of education, okay? Education, National Education Policy 2020, India karvat badal raha hai. After 10 years, education is going to be really different and we need to work towards it from today. So globally, we are so well placed today. Just now, Madam mentioned about Warli. Warli painting is, art of Thane and Palghar. How we can make it global? So all yours, okay? So kal aapka hai. So, but for that, you need to work from today. With this, once again, I would like to thank all the guests who have made it to come over here. I would like to thank all the supporters of this mega event. And I would be failing in my duty if I don't say a word about convener, co-convener, and the entire team, which has been working incessantly for the whole year. And as Madam said, this is 19th year. So maybe we all are working. That is how excellence becomes our habit. So I really appreciate their efforts. I appreciate efforts of the entire administrative team and also appreciate my students for being the source of our inspiration. and our strength. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you so much, madam. This is the much awaited time, the release of the research journal. May I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to be there as a part of this release. Yes, that was indeed a Kodak moment for each one of us and a proud moment indeed. As it is customary in our institution to reveal the theme of the next year's conference, may I now request Madam to reveal the next year's conference theme. I now request Shinde sir to be there on the stage. Also request. I also request Swati madam also to be there on the stage. Indrayani Roy madam is here.
With permission of dais, I would like to declare next year's theme of our national seminar. That would be from the Department of History and Department of Sanskrit would be shouldering the responsibility. And there is invitation for all the guests who are present over here. And the theme would be evolving knowledge and education system in India, ancient to contemporary times. It would be on 20th January 2024. Thank you.
We have the recording of our chairman of Vidya Prasarak Mandal, Vijay Bedekar sir. So we'll have a video recording of his blessings.
आता विश्वात्मके देवे येणे वाग्यग्नि तोषावे तोषो निजरावे पसायदारहि जे खराची व्यंकटी सांडो तया सत्कर्मी
all its knowledge.
टेक्निकल
Vidya Prasarak Mandal and all its colleges, including KG College of Arts and Hindi Medical College of Commerce. We have been conducting interactive sessions, what we call nowadays as seminars or workshops, with some topic. And the whole idea is that the world is moving very fast and there are many new venues and new areas. Do not be within your book. So whatever you learn from the book also has to be applied to the day-to-day in the same area. We may call them skills. But of course, entrepreneurship, that whole idea, society, whole actively ahead, who entrepreneur, like maybe somebody who is on the street selling something to maybe Ambani's, those who are high-end entrepreneurs. As we are celebrating 75th anniversary of India's independence, and India has reached so many great horizons we say. And Prime Minister of India is talking about Amrit Kal. Next 25 years will be very crucial. So how do you look at this point from the perspective of skill development and entrepreneurship? The whole what we call the skill development is the basic concept of education. You develop skills through what? You don't dream anything and then you can do that. You have to learn. And the process of learning, it's still a skill. Then you can divide that into various branches of knowledge. So for any country, for any society, for any group of people, you want to develop yourself and implement in the society. Your skill developments are extremely important. You want to train them. When you have to master those skills and express them in the best way, which are contributing to the development of the. So next 25, why are 25? Like every level is important. So keep on adding something new, something creative, something contributory, and that will help develop the nation. And necessarily don't feel that we have not been doing India. So let's not underestimate our own contribution. So we have been doing that, we need to do that more. Because the world is changing. And we have to change accordingly. And speed has to be matching to the change of the world. And so we will get, you might call it skill, entrepreneurship or whatever name you give. You have to, your education and your adjustment, what you call skills, will have to be continuously updated. What do you feel like? What are the important skills that are very crucial for students to upskill and at this stage? The basic thing, you have to understand anything. No, you simply can't do it. So whatever, wherever, whichever field you are in, first study that. Study what I mean is not a study of if you go to school and study. Yes, I mean understand the environment of that, whatever skill you are going to develop. And get involved into that. Once you get involved, there will be questions you face. Try to reply them, try to give some answers to them to yourself. And it itself is like you keep on going. This is not only a spoon feeding. We are talking now here in the first, but skill development is beyond skill. So once you are in society and you want to have something your own, you only have a basic education. That's all. Right. But further to that basic education, your skills will have to be matched to the change in the system. So this is a very important topic, skill development and entrepreneurship, scaling your horizons. And I'm sure some thought provoking and original thinking will be uh, expressed through your proceedings, very boldly. I wish you conference again. Yes. Beautiful. Thank you.
We are indeed indebted to our chairman, Dr. Vijay Bedekar, for virtually being with us. Thank you so much, sir. We go to our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest for this inaugural session is Ms. Meenal Mohdikar. Her name carries a legend of achievement with integrity, and she is from the select and rarefied circle of women entrepreneurs of institution. It is my privilege to welcome and introduce our guest for this session. Presently, Madam is the Vice President of Maharashtra Economic Development Council, Governing Council member of Indian Education System, editor of Amhi Udyogini magazine, the national convener of Women Entrepreneurs, BJP, Mahila Morcha, and the founder of Swaroop Agencies. Going through Madam's profile was inspirational. She was instrumental in building up a culture that picks people from where they are down, a philanthropist, in order to boost and encourage small scale traders, manufacturers, and women entrepreneurs. She initiated the Anand Trade Development Service, which organizes trade exhibitions all over Maharashtra, where a variety of products, right from the pin to a piano, are made available under one roof. To especially encourage women entrepreneurs of Maharashtra, Madam started the Amhi Udyogini Pratishthan in 1997, which organizes various seminars and workshops for women aspiring to be entrepreneurs. Also, under her able leadership, a periodic magazine, Amhi Udyogini, is published quarterly to share varied experiences of business. For her undisputed contribution for women entrepreneurs and philanthropy, she was bestowed upon the prestigious award like the Women of the Year Award 2000 by Royal College London, FIE Foundation National Award, Business Express Vyapar Srimati Award, and so on. Madam is actively involved with many cultural, social, and educational institutions. As I mentioned before, she is also the member of the Governing Council of Indian Education Society, which runs 65 schools with 80,000 students, and also has an architectural college and a management institute. This is just a crisp introduction. I am sure we would get to know more about her work through her lecture. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dignitaries on the dais, Principal Madam Suchitra Naik, Archana Nair, Archana Prabhudesai. Then today's guest speaker, main speaker, I should say, Mrs. Ada, and those who are present of the dais, all are dignitaries from different countries, as well as management people from Bedekar College, my friend Jyoti, and students and the staff of the college. I'm really happy to be here with you because I'm really impressed because when Naik Madam said that we are planning a 1 year ahead, means whatever they want to do it next December, next January, they have published it today itself. So that is planning. I think your students are again like you only because हम लोग बोलते हैं ना कि संस्कार. What is sanskar? always the mother is doing the sanskar on the in the family. The same way, these are all your teachers, but I will say they are your mother and they are telling you to do it perfectly. Time management, money management is the main thing in the business. Time management, they are doing it. Money management, they'll be able to tell you through the lectures. And HR, that is to keep the relationship. That is again there. That's why they have called 5 different country people are already present. So that is, you are actually, I'm saying this is HR. So this is, I think they have called me before, but I was really not knowing that this is online, offline. I was thinking it is online. So I said, okay. But as I'm really happy that here we are meeting each other. In 2 years, this pandemic, we couldn't meet each other. So this is very good. And my suggestion to you, ma'am, that Ammi Udyogini Pratishthan, we are working in Maharashtra as well as Goa, as well as we are there in Dubai. So we will be happy to be with you because students is my future. They are actually upcoming entrepreneurs. So for them, Ammi Udyogini would be happy to work with you. We can sit down together and sign up of an MOU with you because we are working with the colleges. That is my main object. 25 years back when I have started Ammi Udyogini Pratishthan, that is basically 25 years back, ladies were not knowing to come out of the house because they were having skills, but they couldn't express themselves. That's why 25 years back, we have started Ammi Udyogini Pratishthan, where we are coming out with the tri-monthly magazine also. 8th March uh, 1997, it was published. First means first lady entrepreneurs magazine was published. And I'm inviting you everybody on 5th of March because 8th March is an International Women's Day. But we are taking always first Sunday. So, ma'am, if you can come, it's my pleasure because 5th of March is means coming Sunday, means first Sunday of the March. That is 5th of March. This year we are going to celebrate at IES because I'm from IES. So we are having our hall and everything in Dadar itself. And every year we are celebrating our Ammi Udyogini Pratishthan's conference there only. So please do come. I'm giving invitation to everybody where not only from India, out of India also, lady entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurs are going to be there with us. So every year for last 24 years, we used to take the conference on always March, first week of March. But of course, 2 years we couldn't do anything. But our magazine was coming audio visual. We didn't stop the magazine because that time the paper was not available and nobody was taking a paper. That's why we have started an audio visual magazine. Again, a new concept. Because of the pandemic, something different you are supposed to do it. And that time, again, we have come out with the Facebook as well as YouTube. Everything is available. I think because of the pandemic only, we have started online. So we take the meetings also online and our branches are there all over Maharashtra, Goa, as well as Dubai also. We are exporting our products to Dubai. As well as last year, I'm happy to share with you, our products have gone to London also. So I think Garze Marathi will be able to help us out to give my product, my means Indian products, I'm saying. Indian products out of India. That is my aim and objective because I want my ladies or the entrepreneurs should be able to export their products. And that is the main thing. It is even Prime Minister is saying the same thing, that you should export more. The same thing, I'm happy to be here with you, I told you. And there are different type of entrepreneurs. Everybody knows, but I'm a chance entrepreneur. Why I'm saying? Because basically I've done a pathological diploma. I was working with Tata Cancer Hospital. I was not knowing of ABC of the management of the business also. But I got a chance. I got an opportunity. So everybody is getting opportunity, but you have to grab the opportunity. That is the main thing. Everybody is having the strength with everybody's strength is different. But whatever is the strength with you, you are supposed to do, take the advantage of it. Take the advantage. I was not knowing how to talk also because I was taking a microscope and sitting in front of the microscope. When I met my uh, Tata Cancer's doctor, means my boss, she met me at Goa airport and she said, every day is a new day for you. I'm doing same thing in Tata. So that's the thing. Today I came here, I'm meeting so many people. That means there are, means whenever you are meeting people, you come to know there are opportunities for everybody. मैं तो बोलती हूँ ऊपर भगवान बैठा है and he guides you what to do. So he is the boss. And that's why we are doing whatever you want to do. And that's why I said ki I am the chance entrepreneur. Some people have to do the business. They are the forced entrepreneurs. They can't do anything. They have to do. That is a forced entrepreneur. Here I'm going to give you a example from a little small village that is Mahad. Mahad is a very small village near Ratnagiri, between Chiplun and I think it is before Chiplun. So that lady is a forced entrepreneur. Why I'm saying that was a day when Rakhi Purnima was there. At the time of Rakhi Purnima, I'm just telling you, a brother comes home to the sisters, and that is the day we are celebrating it, Rakhi Purnima. Brother comes, and in the evening, only the door was knocked. And that time, she thought, definitely my brother is there. She just opened the door. And what happened? There, there was actually uh, people, those who wanted to grab everything from her house. And she was not knowing. She opened the door. And I'm talking about 25, 30 years back. Her, that lady's name is Sheila. Her children were very small. They wanted some money. They wanted some good thing from the house. They grab everything, but they wanted some more money. And she was not having. Then the husband was little bit forcefully, he did something in front of them. And in front of her, actually, usko maar diya, usko khatam kar diya. But, and that time she was having actually the product of Hindustan Lever. She was a distributor. Her husband was a distributor for Hindustan Lever and a small business 30 years back. And that time, her in-laws said, come back to, because they were saying somewhere else, somewhere different city. They said, come back because of the two little children. But her mother said, no, don't go back. You are supposed to do your business. And I'm happy to share with you, now she is alone at Mahad. Of course, the children got married and they are not here in India, but still she is in the business and she is doing the business of many crores, maybe 6, 7, 8 crores business. So like that, if she can do, why we can't? In the problem also, she has continued with her business. So that's why I'm saying she is a forced entrepreneur. She has to do the business because of the little one. And she is really, really successful. Then I will say about the management students, they are all the trained entrepreneurs because you are taking training from the management college. So you are trained entrepreneurs. Here I'll say about A, B, C, D, E plus F is equal to success in your life. You will say what A, B, C, D? A means aim, B means belief, C means concentration, D means determination, E means efforts, and F means faith. So A, B, C, D, E plus F is equal to success in your life. Think of it that you want to achieve it, you will definitely achieve it. Think always positive. Then today we have come together. So I'll say coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is a process. Now process is going on. Madam is with you. And working together is a success again. That means we want to achieve, we want to become the business personality, we want to become the entrepreneur. So even if you don't have money, no problem. No problem. We are helping you. Through Ammi Udyogini Pratishthan, we are helping the everybody through the banks, of course. We are helping them through the banks. We are giving some finance. So finance is there with you. The work you are supposed to do on your own, that hard work is necessary in the business. You can't say to tomorrow I can do. No. Today only, आज का दिन आपका है. आज का दिन आपको, you are supposed to work very hard every day. So money management is there from the bank. We are helping them. And HR, then government schemes are there. You are supposed to take down every facility which is given from government. And I'm happy to share with you that Prime Minister is giving you opportunity to, from different schemes are there, which you can do it. Only the thing is, everything should be there on paper. Without paper, you can't go ahead. So whatever you are doing, you are supposed to do everything on paper. Here again, I'm going to give you one example. We had given 40 lakhs rupees 4 years back to one lady entrepreneur. Uska naam hai, her name is Sonali Kochrekar. I think she's here only near Thane. She is a dietitian. She is into the manufacturing of diet foods. She started 4 years back the business, and happy to share with you tomorrow, means after 1 month maybe, her this interview is over. But her products, her company's share is going to come into the market within 4 years. See, this is the development of our business. Within 4 years, you can't grow, but for that, you need a paperwork. You need a proper guidance. And she is a supplier to all the different products, means all the different brands. She is again going to send it to Dubai also. I know. That's why. We are giving contacts also through Ammi Udyogini to where to send the products. We are giving contacts in India as well as out of India. So like that, there are opportunities for everybody. Only the thing is, you are supposed to grab the opportunity. Then here I will say it's a teamwork. Now, Dr. Naik is really having a good team. Both the Archanas are here, even other staff is here with you. So it's a teamwork. T stands for again target, E stands for efforts, A stands for aim, and M stands for management, money, everything, all 7 M's. So everything is there with everybody. But for that, teamwork is very, very important. Here, I'm going to give you some of the examples of my business personalities. Why my? They are my, actually, they are with me. One lady, her name is again, they are again, why I'm giving you the examples? They have come from zero to hero. That's why. These are all skill development persons or the ladies, those who have come up. And why I'm giving you this example? Now her name is Shraddha Berde. She is basically, sir, she is a chartered accountant. She was working with a very, very good job. She was having a very good job with the corporate uh, office. But for the ladies, sometimes it is difficult to do the job. So she left the job, and I'm happy to share with you her product name is Leaf Age. We create eco prints, apparels, and home decor at our in-house printing facility at Pune. Whatever we are throwing, all these flowers, leaves, she is taking it up. We are saying it in Marathi, Nirmalya. She takes that Nirmalya, she is using that flowers and leaves, and the same thing she is using it on the textile. So this is again a different method. This is a different skill. She is a chartered accountant. Of course, she learned it from somewhere. Only in Maharashtra, she is the only lady, and she is taking classes now. She is taking classes online. Her name is Archana Birde from Pune. The name of the business is Leaf Edge Studio, and her name number is with me. I'm going to give it to madam. Okay. So this is something different. Then again, I'm going to give you an example of Weak Arch Enterprises. He started his business in 2006. Do you know what he is into? He is into the manufacturing of lights, lamps, different type of lamps and lights. He's into the manufacturing of that. And his name is Vikas, I think. That's why Vikas. And um, we started clay diya to convert it into electric lamps. After that, I observed other in market making plastic diyas. So I was surprised to copy my idea in market. But I stopped my idea thinking this idea given by God to make it new designs of lights which my own creativity. So it is his own creativity. He's preparing a diyas of different type. So this is again a skill. Like that, there are so many opportunities and so many different people are already there. In the pandemic, I'm happy to share with you two examples. A couple from Pune again, they were actually having the 27 years experience of the school, means nursery school. And uh, in the pandemic, everything was closed. You can't go out. That time, how to give money to the people, those who are working with them for last 27 years in Pune, and they were having 3 branches. But that time, they thought that we have to do something different. And they thought that now they are into the manufacturing of toys, soft toys, but it is not only soft toys. Through the toys, you can learn ABCD, you can learn 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. It's a different type of product, cotton products, and they are manufacturing in Pune. New concept, new idea. Again, a lady from Mumbai, she went to Sindhudurg. Actually, she was not knowing that on 28th of March, again, everything is going to close. But she was there. She had been there for 1 or 2 days. She couldn't come back. She started a cashew factory there in Sindhudurg. She was knowing how to prepare, but she was not knowing it. It was her first experience. And now she is giving business for, means her, with her 15 ladies are working. When everything was stopped, she started a business. So again, a new concept, new idea, and in the pandemic. Again, a lady from Buldhana, she was knowing a business, she was knowing the computer thing, embroidery work. But she was not, means she said, "Ki, I can do it. Only the thing is positivity should be there with you and the confidence should be there with you." So she started the business of computer embroidery work in Buldhana. Buldhana is again a small place where she is giving the job for 22 ladies. Again, a small place, 22 ladies are doing a really great job. Why I'm giving you all these examples? That a dentist from Mumbai near Andheri, she is a dentist, but she's having a very good hand. I met her maybe 7 days back. I was the chief guest of one function. where she has prepared a beautiful portraits. बहुत ही बढ़िया. So she, हाथ में कुछ है आपके तो आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं. So that's why she is a dentist. But I asked her, are you going to do dentistry? She said, no. I said, why? She said, this is the art in my hand. I was not aware. Now I am going to leave dentistry and I'm going to become the artist. So that is again skill. Then I will here again give you an example from Thane. Her name is Rajasri Salunke. She is again a great artist. Why great artist? Her art is different. She is into the manufacturing of bead jewelry. Bead jewelry. And aapka, she will be able to take out your photograph. And in the necklace, she will put your face on that necklace itself. It's a great art. Again, different. Something different. Then paper quilling is again a great art. I know one person, Anand Bhave. I think he is again from Andheri, Vileparle. I may be wrong. Or maybe Thane. He is into the manufacturing of paper, using a paper, but making a furniture out of paper. Fantastic furniture. I've seen that. Fantastic. You will not come to know that this is a paper furniture. Then here again, I'm giving you the example from Arpita Lad. She's again from a very small village, Malegaon, which is near to Nasik. She is again a great artist. Here I'm going to give you an example of Mrs. Bide. She is there in Pune. Of course, she took the knowledge from the Jewelry Association or Jewelry Institute, but she is into the manufacturing of diamond jewelry. Whatever I'm giving you example, everybody is a first generation entrepreneur. Koi bhi means why I'm saying, if they can succeed, why you can't? You should write down the SWOT analysis. What are your strengths? And accordingly, we can talk with each other. No problem. We can talk and we can guide. I can guide you what you can go for. Then here again, I'm giving you an example of Mrs. Bidkar, Manasi Bidkar from Pune. She is into the manufacturing of LED bulbs. But in the pandemic, she has prepared one new machine where you can utilize it for the, because she is an engineer. So she knows. She used the UV rays. With the help of UV rays, she is prepared a small incubator like a machine where you can keep all your, whenever you are going out, you can't wash the leafy vegetables. You can't wash your mobile. Everything you can keep it in that box and everything is uh, sanitized. So that new machine is actually, means she discovered it, I should say, with the help of UV rays. So she is an engineer. Means like that, there are so many opportunities are there. Only the thing is, there are some facilities through the government. I'm going to tell you only one within one system, that Startup India is there. Through the startups, you can do Startup India seed fund scheme. It is already there. Then where you can apply, that individual can apply, through the startups you can apply, and through the incubators you can apply. Then National Skill Development Corporation, NSDC. Through NSDC, you can get Udan training program. This is again a unique thing. Then Micro Units Development and Refinance Agency, that is Mudra. Mudra scheme is given from our Prime Minister, where for the new entrepreneur also you are going to get the money. Then up to 20 lakhs you can get. If I'm established, I can I can get 20 lakhs without any collateral security. The minimum when you are new, you can get 5 lakhs. If you are little bit established, then you will get 10 lakhs. And if I'm established, you will get 20 lakhs without any collateral security. Mudra scheme is very, very good. And skill development and entrepreneurship duration is 5 years, where I'm going to give you all the papers to you, which I'm already carrying with me. So like that, there are opportunities for skill also, stand up, startup also, there are schemes. And like that, I will say that DC Handicraft, if you call DC Handicraft people, they'll be able to guide you. And unka the www.handicrafts.nic.in is there. And for that, you need only Pehchan card. Pehchan card is only necessary. Baki paperwork is not at all necessary. Like that, as you have organized such a good seminar, and thank you so much for calling me here. I may be wrong somewhere. I'm really sorry for that if I'm wrong. And thank you again, and all the best to everybody. And I'm going to tell about Modi ji. I see startups, technology, and innovations as exciting and effective instruments for India's transformation. This is right down by Miss, actually, the word from Miss Modi ji, our Prime Minister, the great Prime Minister, who is looking forward for your entrepreneurship. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, madam, for inspiring us and for being the torchbearer to many women entrepreneurs. It's really, we are proud and privileged to have you, madam, in our midst today. We go over to the next session. She is not just a colossus, but an inspiration to many across ages and nations. Her age does not define her, but her work does. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure and honor to welcome and introduce our keynote addressee, Ms. Ada Diando. Hope I have pronounced your name properly. Sorry for that. She is an Indologist with over 6 years of experience in India, working in business and administration, and having a passion for change and leadership. In 2021, she was chosen as one of the top 40 under 40 Europe-India leaders for her contribution in strengthening India-UK relations. In March 2022, she founded the WICCI's India European Union Business Council, which is a networking platform specially dedicated to women in the India-EU business corridor. Ms. Ada also functions as the principal consultant at the European Business and Technology Center that manages and develops internationalization program for the European green tech companies who are looking for long-term partnerships and sustainable projects in India. It is indeed commendable to mention that she has helped and supported over 500 Polish companies to have trade relations with India. She has arranged over 100 B2B meetings between Polish and South Asian companies, successfully introduced various Polish technologies and products to India and Sri Lanka. She has supported Indian investors by providing information and opportunities in India, and much more. Over to Ms. Ada.
दी ओ आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है। मैं बहुत खुश हूँ। हाँ, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि आज मैं स्पीकर का इसी कॉन्फ्रेंस में हूँ, क्योंकि अभी कल मैं पौंडीचेरी से आई, लेकिन पहले मैं मुंबई में रहती थी और मैं भी स्टूडेंट इंडिया में थी। मैं पूना यूनिवर्सिटी में 10-12 साल के पहले पढ़ती थी और मैं बाद में दिल्ली में, मुंबई, पूना में काम करती थी। इसलिए मैं बहुत बहुत खुश हूँ और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. All the thank you to the organizers of today's conference for such a helpful introduction and inviting me here, and also the welcome address. I'm very pleased to be seated next to the chief guest today. It was great to listen to her speech, especially because she mentions the opportunities. It's very close to my heart what the chief guest has mentioned, because my background when it comes to the university is social science, political science, Indian studies. But 5 years ago, I've got that opportunity to enter business. As you have mentioned, you didn't have a background in business. My family is not also into business. But why not? So I moved to Bombay from Delhi to have a business role for the Polish Investment and Trade Agency. Very new field, but very interesting field. And since then, for 5 years, I've been supporting India-Europe business collaborations on various levels. I also noticed few things that I didn't like. I noticed, I saw it, I've been a bit upset about it, about gender equality in business. And the time has come that I had already a great network of women working in this business corridor, and I come up with the idea to do something to change it and take this opportunity as I can, and I'm invited for various of events to change it. So I got the invitations from Women's Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry based in Delhi to set up a council and support women leaders in this business corridor. So that's why I'm here. And I think it's not the problem here of having manals, which means only men speaking conferences that we notice, not in India, also in Europe, but we have also a lot of female students here that I'm very happy and very pleased to see you all. And it's a great pleasure to speak to you about my experience. I was also invited to speak a little bit more from the perspective of India and Europe business relations, to make a little bit more about business, to speak a little bit more about business, not only from the perspective of my own experience, but also from the data. So today's my topic of my short speech will be India-Europe business relations from the perspective of women's entrepreneurship. At the international level, gender equality considerations are being recognized in bilateral and multilateral trade, discussions and agreements. Both the EU and India share a commitment to enhance empowering of women. In 2022, the Czech presidency of the European Union said that gender equality is the focus for the plans to rethink, rebuild, and empower Europe. In India, as you all know, Part 3 of the Constitution guarantees the fundamental rights of women and women. And the government has introduced various of women empowerment skills. Also in the latest Prime Minister's speech, women empowerment and women entrepreneurship is one of the focus areas. And I believe it will be one of the most important topic and bringing change to India in the next decade. Data shows that enterprises with women in at least half of leadership positions have higher sales growth, are more profitable, and get higher returns on assets. Creating equal opportunities of men and women to collaborate on decisions also leads to diminished risk-taking, improved employee turnover rates, and balanced approach. There's no doubt that women's economic empowerment boosts productivity, provides a unique perspective, increases economic diversification and income inequality, and supports resilient and sustainable development outcomes. Therefore, women's entrepreneurship should be an important aspect of the India-Europe business relations that boost productivity, increase innovation, and support the sustainable future. I work also for the European Business and Technology Center that is based in New Delhi, with the headquarters in New Delhi. It's a project facilitation and advisory company. We work within the sustainable and innovative field, and we see and we encourage, and what I also do, I support the gender equality through my work there, because I believe with innovation comes with equal opportunities. So that's what I noticed, and that's what I would like to share with you. As Europe's leadership in sustainability, research and development, coupled with India's entrepreneurial spirit and large and fast growing consumer market, make them natural partners. The EU, with its 27 member states, is India's second largest trading partner and leading foreign investor, as well as the main source for technology transfer. In India, approximately 6,000 European companies are active and present. I had also a chance to support Polish one of the EU member state countries and support Polish companies to enter the market and speak about India as the country of opportunities for foreign investment. Connectivity is one of the major pillars of engagement between both regions, and increased collaborative efforts on research and innovation can play an important role in addressing social changes, such as climate change, clean energy, connectivity, and achieving sustainable development goals, including one of them, gender equality. Both India and Europe seek to increase gender diversity in business as the key factor to boost productivity. As it has been already mentioned, the Indian government has been making efforts to promote women's entrepreneurship and, for example, establishing the National Resource Center for Women or launching the Women Entrepreneurship Platform. On the European side, there are also efforts to support women entrepreneurs, such as the European Commission Women Entrepreneurship Facility, which provide funding and mentoring to women-led businesses. Of course, additionally, each of the country of the EU member states has their own program to support because it's been recognized as very important aspect of modern society. India-Europe business relations from the perspective of women entrepreneurship has been growing in recent years, but there is still room of the improvement. Both on the side of EU and Europe, I'm not here to compare it, but data shows that, for example, only 13%, almost 14% of entrepreneurs in India are women. So there is still room to improve for improvement. And India, unfortunately, ranks as 70 among 77 countries covered under the Female Entrepreneurship Index. In Europe, the numbers are higher, but still not really the one that we would like to expect. While female employment rate has increased to 67%, just 30% of the self-employed are women, and 31% of those working as startup entrepreneurs, and only 14 of startup founders are female. So 14 is not the number that we have still a lot to improve. So when it comes to startup ecosystem, because I think a lot of you are interested also in this field, and now it's booming, and India is becoming one of the top countries with so many unicorns coming up. What women faces the most, what's mentioned there, is access to the capital. So India, as I mentioned, 2 years ago in 2021, has the highest number of startups upcoming unicorns. However, only 10% of these companies are led by women, according to the NASSCOM research. Similarly in Europe, to just let you know, so as a comparison, companies founded only solely by women gained just 1% of the total capital invest in venture-backed startups in 2021. Lacking women out of economic opportunities, either by not supporting the business or by ignoring their ideas and experience, weighs on overall economic performance and limits the innovation. Support and finding the funding is only one of the many means to increase women's representation in business. Apart from providing services such as free credit ratings and corporate partnerships, women need opportunities, incubation, and acceleration support. Helping them to start and scale up can encourage a new generation of women entrepreneurs. But at the same time, what we need is a social change that is an imperative where we collectively support women in business. Female leaders, entrepreneurs need to be supported both professionally and unprofessionally, personally. And as the role models and an inspiration for the future businesswomen, it is important to give them voice, platform, and outreach. This will also help in a growing community of women entrepreneurs to network, collaborate, and innovate to make the world a better, sustainable place. Gender equality should be viewed as a business imperative that increases profit, not an initiative. Moreover, diversity from gender to culture, age, and race related should also lead to sound decision-making, better resilience in times of crisis, and it has been shown to foster creativity. All that made me set up the biggest India EU Business Council to improve and to give a platform for women to connect, discuss, and give them the voice to be heard and to be more visible. I also created it to connect incredible women I have worked with and I met along my way. So to make a positive impact on business collaborations between these two regions. I believe that by sharing the knowledge and experience, we aim and we can achieve and enable women across India and the EU to create a network that can rely and turn to supportive results. I would like to mention just a key initiative that we launched among some others that we do is the India EU binder. Very often when I participate in the conferences and the business meetings, I hear when I ask the question why there are not enough women on this one speaker only, there is no speaker at all, that is a woman. I heard that it was a difficulty to find the expert who was a female in a particular subject. I don't believe in this. It just requires an effort. It requires maybe just do some research or maybe just reach to appropriate person who can guide you. So what I came up with is India EU Binder together with the council members. We created a database of female experts working with an India EU business border to make it very specific and very clear for future organizers of the conferences to look into it and look on the names we have there. So we achieved to have almost 300 names, women working specifically between India and EU in diverse of topics, diverse of fields, from aviation, transport, research, ecology, all of that is there and it's online database, so it's easy to look at. So I believe that it can bring also the attention of the conference organizers to look at this database. We also, what we do whenever we see any conference being organized without taking into consideration the diversity, we approach them and send the link to the database and offer help to find the relevant speaker. Because gender equality should be viewed as a business imperative that increases profit, but also brings value for the modern sustainable world. Moreover, diversity also brings better resilience in times of crisis, as it has, for example, been seen during the COVID crisis and COVID pandemic. By sharing best practices, women in the Wikis India EU Business Council generates awareness of their individual accomplishment and unique stories, while more broadly unite together to create a network capable of making an important contribution in the India-EU sector. And what we would like to do is to be heard and increase the diversity and inclusion in the debates. So there are a few steps that we have taken, as I mentioned, to make it happen. In conclusion, India-Europe business relations from the perspective of women's entrepreneurship have the potential to be beneficial, but more efforts are needed to support and promote growth of women-led businesses in both regions. I'm focusing here on women, as also this is the panel, and that's how it has started. But it's worth to mention that International Conference today has provided, I believe, a platform for discussing and highlighting the new horizons in the domain of skill development and entrepreneurship. It focuses on the effective collaboration between academia and industry, with the presence of diverse experts, not only representing business organizations, which is very important, I believe. We have business organization from representatives from Maharashtra Economic Development Council, Retailers Association, Skill Council of India, and Bhutan Association of Entrepreneurs. We have also representatives of private companies, but also a range of NGOs, the Astra Foundation and Sadhana Forest from all over the world. I think that having such an interesting and diverse speakers, it's only beneficial. We need more events like that, we need more cooperation and we need more chances and opportunities to meet together. And this way we can create more innovative, diverse, which is important, and sustainable future for the next generations when you're going to step into the business or into any other field that you're going to choose. So I believe it's a great platform today for discussing and highlighting the new horizons in the domain of skill development and entrepreneurship. And I'm very grateful again to whole team of the college to inviting me here and putting all this effort to make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We come to the flag end of this inaugural session. May I now invite the coordinator of this conference, Dr. Archana Nair, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sujaroy Abraham. Respected dignitaries on the dais, luminaries of the dais, all the members of the audience, a very good morning to one and all present. Vasudeva Kudumbakam, the world is one family. I believe this conference exposed this principle as illuminaries from different parts of the world have joined this platform to share their views on skill development and entrepreneurship. I thank God Almighty for this opportunity to propose vote of thanks and acknowledge the blessings that has been helped us in actualizing this one-day international conference on skill development and entrepreneurship, scaling new horizons. I express my profound gratitude to Chief Guest Ms. Meenal Mohadikar Madam for taking valuable time out of her schedule and gracing this occasion. My sincere thanks to Ms. Ada Dando for throwing valuable insights into Indo-European business relations from the perspective of women entrepreneurship through her keynote address. I thank our valuable collaborators, Department of Innovations, Incubations and Linkages, University of Mumbai, AIC RMP and Garje Marathi Foundation, along with Asian Institute of Family Managed Business for their wonderful collaboration. My humble respect to Vidya Prasarak Mandal and Chairperson Dr. Vijay Bedekar for unconditional support and guidance. I thank Principal Dr. Suchitra Naik for having our back and motivating us. Thank you to the administrative team of Vice Principals, Professor Subhash Shinde, Dr. Priyamvada Tokekar, Dr. Mahesh Patil, and IQSC Coordinator, Dr. Pradnya Raje Bahadur. Big shout out to the organizing committee under the leadership of convener Dr. Archana Prabhudesai, all teaching and non-teaching staff, and everyone directly or indirectly involved in conducting this conference. Thank you to the volunteers, student participants, and teachers from all over the place who have joined us today for this conference. Thank you one and all once again. Dear audience, we have arranged a few stalls outside this venue. Few other entrepreneurship stalls by our students and few Avishkar related, that is the research project related stalls. I request you all to have a look at it as you move out of the venue. And again, there is a good display of Rangoli also. So please do take a pleasure of viewing everything. Thank you.
Yes, we'll have a 10-minute tea break and we'll come back here at 11:15. Thank you, everyone. डायरी में मैडम का
नाही ही युज्ड आहे त्या यांनी वापरली होती. हा ही चांगली एक पॅक द्या तिथे पॅक द्या. हे घ्या खाली. हे खाली घ्या. माईक मॅडम नाही देऊ नको येऊ लागते का विचार. मॅडम हा या द्या अर्चना अर्चना दोनच खुर्च्या ठेवल्या. एक प्लेट घ्या, एक चेअर घ्या. मॅडमची नेट प्लेट आणा. नाही, एक चेअर इकडे वरती चेअर घे. आणि एक पाणी. मॅडम असतं ना? हा. मॅडम नेक्स्ट. हा. चार हो. मॅडम जाणार आहे का? ते दोघच बसणार आहेत. ऐक मॅडम. पेन्सिल
Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 mic check. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
I request all the students and the teaching staff to please settle down so that we can begin with the next session. Audience, we are about to start the session soon. Speakers. I request the dignitaries to come on the stage, please. Good day, everybody, and welcome once again to the plenary session of our conference on skill development and entrepreneurship, scaling new horizons. To begin with, I request our principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik, Madam, I request our principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik, Madam, to felicitate the guest speaker for the session, Mr. Luke Marsh. I also request Madam to felicitate moderator for the session, Mr. Uday Vankamala.
I request Madam to felicitate CA Sanjeev Brahme, sir. CA Brahme, sir. Acha, yes, okay. I request Madam to felicitate Adarsh Surya Rao, CEO, Department of Innovation, Incubation, Linkages, University of Mumbai. Okay, okay. Thank you, Madam. I now take the pleasure of introducing our guest speaker. Okay, we have with us member of VPM, Mr. Dilip Joshi. I request Madam to felicitate Mr. Dilip Joshi. Okay, we have with us CA Brahme, sir. I request Madam to of Garje Marathi. He's representative of Garje Marathi. Welcome, sir. They have been our supporters in this conference. And also Mr. Adesh Surya Rao, CEO, Department of Innovation, Incubation and Linkages from University of Mumbai. Thank you, Madam. I now take the pleasure of introducing our guest speaker for the session, Mr. Luke Marsh. Mr. Luke Marsh is from England, where he was living a normal life, which changed as he came to India 5 years ago. He has since been a volunteer at Sadhana Forest, spending most of his time in Auroville and in projects in Haiti, Meghalaya, and Virudnagar. Sadhana Forest works with people to plant food-producing trees to promote food security and self-sufficiency. The heart of Sadhana Forest is to put compassion into action. Mr. Luke has undertaken a journey of self-discovery by introspecting on how we live and exploring alternative ways to do so. I would also like to introduce our facilitator for the session, Mr. Uday Vankawala. Sir is CEO AIC Rambham Halgi Prabodhani Foundation and Atal Incubation Center. He has been active in the Indian startup ecosystem as a collaborator, facilitator, and motivator since 2010. He is involved in envisioning, planning, and providing overall leadership to AIC RMP with an objective of nurturing and supporting new age entrepreneurs for New Age India. His endeavor is to unearth the huge entrepreneurial potential among youth and actively contribute in setting up a robust startup ecosystem. He has traveled all over India, addressing over 50,000 students. In his last stint, he had worked with Society for Innovation and Entrepreneurship Incubator at IIT Bombay, handling outreach partnerships and special projects, including National Entrepreneurship Award Scheme. He has worked with a leading early stage social entrepreneurship incubator for a year and was with National Entrepreneurship Network. He holds a postgraduate degree in management from University of Mumbai, is a certified instructional designer, and has successfully completed entrepreneurship educator's course. He loves traveling and exploring new places and local cultures. His other interest areas are research, publication, and experiential pedagogy. So I request our speaker, Luke Marsh, sir, to please take over.
Hello, everyone. So yeah, my name is Luke. I live in a forest, so coming here into the big world of a city is a little different to what I'm used to. But thank you for everyone for making me feel so welcome, and yeah, it's such an honor to be here. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Sadhana Forest. This is an organization I've been working with for 5 years now. and talking about what we're doing, but more importantly, why we do it. And then understanding a little bit about what you're doing and connecting what you're doing with this journey that I've undertaken. So the first question, I'm going to have a few questions for you throughout this talk. So I would love to hear what you think, so I can learn from you, as well as maybe you can learn something from me. We'll see. So the first question I have is, what is entrepreneurship? I would like to understand that. Who would like to share? Yeah? Okay, about starting your own business. And what is the incentive of a business? What is the incentive of a business? Profit. Okay. So yeah, entrepreneurship is about creating a business. The incentive is around creating a profit, and profit in monetary terms, right? So we're going to come back to that in a minute. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about Sadhana Forest, the organization that I'm working with, because it's doing things very different. And it started in 2003 by a small family, and they just wanted to live a simple life, planting trees in a forest, living in a sustainable way. And then a volunteer came, and another volunteer came, and it grew and grew to one of the largest residential volunteer projects. As more people were started to volunteer, more infrastructure had to be built, and more trees were able to be planted, and they were able to completely transform barren land, basically desert, into a forest. And as Sadhana Forest started to expand, in 2009, a volunteer came one day and said, "You do realize this is a model, and a model can be replicated." And that's what they did. They started another project in Haiti in Central America in response to the earthquake. And then in 2014, another one in Kenya. In 2020, one in Meghalaya. And last month, we started one near Madurai in South India. And we're in the process of starting 3 new ones in Meghalaya right now. One in East Khasi Hills, Garo Hills, and Jantia. And in July, we're starting a project in Namibia. And next year, we're starting one in Romania. So Sadhana Forest, from being a small family, just living in a simple way, has grew to one, an organization working on multiple continents. And the aim of Sadhana Forest is how to put compassion into action. So looking at how we can live in a more compassionate way. And this is where I would like to ask you a series of some questions to go deeper on this understanding of the idea of compassion. So when you hear the word compassion, what do you think it means? Kindness? Yeah. What else? Motivation? What else? Loving everything around us. It may sound a bit hippie sometimes saying that, but yeah, very connected. What else? Yeah, satisfaction. Yeah. And when you step back and you look at humanity, modern day humanity, do you think we as a species are living the most compassionate way we can when you see? So what are some examples of the way society is living today that may be not so compassionate? What do you think? Yes, we're extensively using resources, finite resources. We are focused on exponential growth in a world where we have finite resources. So yeah, that is one very big example. What else are we doing in today's world? Yeah, economic growth at the cost of damaging the environment. So on that point, let's empathy. Yeah, empathy is a really beautiful word for me to connect with compassion. Someone described compassion once as empathy, but with action. Because empathy is that feeling, right? That, okay, you see suffering, you see something wrong, but compassion is the action that comes from the empathy. So, yeah. So let's say if we wake up tomorrow and there's no limit to what we can do. And we say to ourselves, I'm going to be the most compassionate towards the environment. What are some of the things we can do? Yeah. Yeah, plant trees is one very powerful thing that we can do to be more compassionate towards the environment. What else? Come on, how can we be more sustainable? How can we be more compassionate towards the environment? What are some of the things we can do? Okay. Yeah, so supporting local wildlife, right? Yeah, what else can we do? Getting, yep, getting better in waste management. And yeah, electronic waste management is a big thing. But just this idea of living in a world where we produce so much waste, right? Because this is actually a very unnatural way of living. Because if you take a step back, if you observe how nature is living, if you look at every tree, every plant, every animal in a natural ecosystem, everything always has a use and nothing goes to waste. But then you step back and you look at how we live, you look at our rivers, our oceans, our landfills, our garbage cans in our homes, there's so much waste everywhere. So one way that we can be more compassionate towards the environment is to take a step back, look at how nature works. And instead of separating ourselves from that natural cycle of how to live, we can connect ourselves with it. And yeah, reducing waste as much as possible. And the ways that we do have, find responsible ways to deal with it. So it's not just causing damage. What else can we do? Yeah. Yeah. To develop the ability to interact with nature, this is beautiful because throughout human civilization, our human development, nature has been the center of everything. But in recent decades, the last or even 100, 200 years, we've designed our lifestyle in a way to separate ourselves from nature. Our cities are designed to separate ourselves from nature. So yeah, kind of connecting with this again. So let's say if we wake up tomorrow and said how we can be most compassionate towards people, what are some of the things we could do? Environment can be a bit easy actually sometimes. People can be more challenging. So what are some of the things we can do to be more compassionate towards people? Okay, what do you mean by that? Okay, sure. Yeah, showing empathy towards others. What are practical things that we can do in our everyday life to show this? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, making people comfortable in yeah. What else can we do? Okay. Would you like to further develop on that? So what exactly you mean by this? No problem. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. So yeah, understanding and learning from each other. Everyone here right now is going to be unique and different in their own little way or big way, and we can learn from this. We can share from this. What else can we do? Okay, yeah. Encourage people lower in position to us, but also maybe even to further on that to raise people up, and to not have that kind of normalization of people higher and lower, right? How we can bring people up together. Yeah, appreciation. Yeah, just a smile is simple as that, no? Yeah. Wake up every day and say, okay, I'm going to smile at someone, and Smiles are contagious, much more contagious than coronavirus or whatever. You can really spread this around. What else can we do to be more compassionate towards people? Okay, yes, thank you. Yes. Okay. So this idea of giving, right? Do you, in today's society, do you see in a lot of giving in humanity right now? Or what are people doing instead of this? Selfishness is increasing, right? We're trying to do more stuff for ourselves. The most powerful way we can revolutionize this idea of individualistic living, of where we're trying to better ourselves, is by giving, by sharing, not just to nature, but to people as well. What else can we do? Not because yeah, someone had something over here. Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, so yeah, this is we are people as well. So being more compassionate towards people, we have to look at ourselves. And you can't fill up a pot with an empty glass. You need to be fulfilled in yourself. And this is the inner work. This is the hard stuff to do, to go deep, to understand ourselves, our traumas, and different things like this. And this is connected to a spiritual path and consciousness and things like this, how we can understand ourselves better. Then we can understand other people and different things. So this is a big thing. Do you feel like in today's world, we, as a species, would you say that we are working together or working against each other? Against each other, right? And where does this stem from? Selfishness, what else? Competition, yes. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. So we live in a very competitive world, right? And competition is very interesting because with competition, you always have a winner. But what do you also always have? With competition, you always have a winner. Someone always wins. But what do you also always have? A loser, right? And we've just normalized this idea in so many aspects of our society, from competition, from children getting attention from their parents, to competition in our education system, to competition in social circles, in work environments, and in political systems, economic systems, and all these kind of things. We just normalized it. But we've accepted that people always win, but people always lose. So what's an alternative to competition? An alternative to competition, collaboration, right? So how we can come and work together. This is a very powerful way we can be more compassionate towards people. So let's say if we wake up tomorrow and say how we can be more compassionate towards children in our society. What are some of the things we can do? Be mindful, yeah. What else? Pardon? Understand their feelings, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, acceptance, yeah. What else can we do? Yeah, allow them to follow their passions. Allow them to be free, right? Because freedom is something that we hold so strongly to us throughout human history. And there's always been this constant struggle, this social struggle for freedom, whether it's independence, whether it's caste rights, women's rights, LGBT rights. It's always been about civil rights. It's always been about this idea of freedom. And then we often take freedom away from our children, right? We tell them this is what you need to do. This is how you need to be. This is what you should be like. And a lot of this comes down to this idea of taking freedom away from them. So a very powerful way we can be more compassionate towards children is just simply allowing them to be free. Let's say if we wake up tomorrow and say how we can be most compassionate towards the animals in our society. What are some of the things we could do? Pardon? Pet them? Yeah? Pet them is nice. What else? Sorry? Yeah. Again, this comes back to this disconnection from nature, right? Yeah? Okay, being vegetarian. So one simple thing that we can do to be more compassionate towards animals is to saying, okay, I'm not going to eat them. I'm not going to take their life for momentary pleasure in our taste buds. What else can we do? How can we take this a step further? Let them live in their natural way. Yeah. What else can we do? How can we go a step further from vegetarian? So there's one thing, not eating animals. What else can we do? Pardon? Sorry? Okay, nutritional food, yeah. What else can we do? Create more and more habitats for them, yeah. We are chopping 40 football fields worth of trees down every minute, wiping out ecosystems that have taken millions of years to develop. This is the natural habitat for these animals. We can help regenerate this. What else can we do? So what? Sorry? Ethical treatment? Yeah. So there's one thing of not killing animals for food, eating them, but we can take this a step further by not taking from them as well. So not taking milk from a cow this was designed for their calf, not taking the skin of an animal to wear for our clothes, not using an animal for entertainment and things like this. And instead of looking at animals and say, what can we take from them? We can say, what can we give? Like you was mentioning, petting them. They love this human connection. If you spend time with a dog or a pig or a cow or anything like this, they like this human interaction. So all these ideas that I've just been talking about, we've been talking about, the thing is they're all very connected. And this is what we're trying to do in Sadhana Forest, where we try and integrate this into our everyday life. So instead of looking at the environment and say, what can I take from it? We say, what can we give to it? Instead of looking at people and say, what can I take from them? We say, what can I give to them? Instead of looking at animals and say, what can I take from them? We say, what can we give to them? And this is the consciousness shift that we're trying to create in this experimental community that we live in. And we're not saying this is the best way to live, the right way to live, the only way to live, and this is how you should all live. But what we want to do is show people that there's an alternative, that there's a different way of doing things. Because when you step back and you observe how society is living, society is often following down this same direction. And the reason people are following down this same direction is because they think it's the only way. And what we want to do is to introduce people of different ways of doing things. So here today, I would like to introduce you to a different way of doing things. So we spoke about entrepreneurship, and we said it's about creating a business with the incentive of profit. And profit, when people hear this word, they often think in monetary terms. But we are changing the world. Everyone here is creating a change in the world. Everything, even if you look at a tree, this tree is creating a change in the world, and we get to decide what this change can be. So when we look at entrepreneurship, we can look at how to create a business where we can create as much profit and accumulate as much for ourselves as possible, which is often a business model that is replicated throughout the world. But what we're trying to do here in Sadhana Forest is, instead of having profit as an incentive, our incentive is kindness. It's giving, it's sharing, it's how to put this compassion into action. So how we can expand to be more kind, instead of expanding to be a bigger corporation that's working multinational companies, countries and stuff like this. We're looking at how we can give to people in India, how we can give to people in Africa, how we can give to people in Central America, and how we can create this global movement in reforestation and sustainable living. So this is, before coming to this conference, I never actually looked at Sadhana Forest as being entrepreneurs. And then I invited here, And the topic of this is entrepreneurs. And I started reflecting and said, okay, we are entrepreneurs because we created something and we developed it, and we've developed it in a way that we are supporting and impacting so many people throughout the world. So starting this small community in South India, now we are working in multiple different countries, and the main work that we're working on is how to plant trees with local people, and we're working in areas that are suffering from malnutrition and also very dry areas. There was a study done where it concluded there were 130 million people in the world that have large pieces of arid land, and they're not doing anything with it, and they're suffering from malnutrition. So the model that we're trying to replicate, to trying to scale up, is how we can work with these local people to plant food producing trees around their homes to give them long-term food security and self-sufficiency. And with this self-sufficiency, these trees that we're planting, they give food for more than 100 years. So it's not just feeding them now, it's feeding them for generations. And I don't know if you've ever heard of the expression, give a man a fish, feed them for a day, teach him how to fish, feed him for a lifetime. So we have a different version of this. It's like it's a one where we're not taking from animals. But it doesn't quite have the same ring off the tongue as that expression. But it's instead of giving someone some food and feeding them for a day, we plant food producing trees around their homes to give them long-term food security and self-sufficiency so we can feed them for generations. It's not the quite same ring, but that's kind of the model that we're trying to replicate. And from this, we hope we can create a global movement to keep expanding, to keep scaling up. And the thing is, we as an organization, in the environmental field, lots of people think that we don't have the technology, we don't have the resources to create the change that we need in the world to have a future habitable planet for future generations. But from our experience, our reality is we actually do have the technology to do everything we need to do to completely shift the effects of the ecological crisis that we're experiencing in the world right now. We have the knowledge, we have the funding to even do this, but we just need people dedicated to this cause. So Sadhana Forest, we're a volunteer organization. So everyone who works with Sadhana Forest is a volunteer. We're not getting paid a salary. We are trying to live a life of seva. Is everyone familiar with the word seva? The Sanskrit word, selfless service. So instead of doing stuff and expecting something in return, which is something that's very normalized in society today, we are going back to this idea of how we can give unconditionally without expecting anything in return. And this is something that was really beautiful for me to coming to India to experience, because this idea of giving and sharing is something that is actually very normalized in India. And it's been a deeply rooted part of Indians' culture, from what I understand, for thousands of years. And where I come from, it's very different to that, because whenever you do something, you must get something in return. And so coming to India, and especially working in rural areas, it's just such an amazing experience for me to realize how much people can give. And the people that have the least are always the ones that give the most. And this kind of way of life was very, very powerful for me to see how we can, instead of looking at how we can do more for ourselves, but how we can give more to other people. So I see a lot of young people here, and I understand a lot of you are interested into becoming entrepreneurs and following this kind of path. And right now we need people in the world that are creating change, and entrepreneurs are creating change, whatever they do. But what we need more than cleverness, we need kindness. We need how we can really look at the problems in the world and say how we can make a positive impact on that. And instead of just looking at, okay, there's a gap in the market where I can see something where I can create more money and get a better standard of living for myself, not looking at the social cost of this, the environmental cost, the physical cost, and all these kind of things, but looking at a problem in the world and saying how we can support this. And this is what Sadhana Forest is trying to do. And even in the different areas that we're working with, we face different problems. We're working in Meghalaya, where it's the rainiest place in the world, and they're having a lot of deforestation happening there. What happens once the trees are cut down, the rain comes and what starts washing all the soil away, and then it gets flooded into countries like Bangladesh. And so there we're looking at how we can do water conservation work, how we can capture the rain that comes to stop it washing away and allowing it to percolate into the ground. We're working in dry areas like Haiti and Kenya and stuff like this, planting fruit-producing trees and food-producing trees. So looking at a problem in the world and say how we can create a model to mitigate this, to support this. And I think that's a really powerful part of this journey that I've been on, coming to Sadhana Forest, is looking at myself, looking into the mirror, realizing the power and impact that our voice can have, our actions can have, and say, what can I do in this crazy world that we're living in, where so much is happening all the time? It can be so overwhelming, it can be so intimidating, but to not let that interfere with this deep-rooted like inner belief that we are actually beings that have huge potential that can really create positive stuff. So that's kind of been a little bit about my journey with Sadhana Forest, and it's an ongoing journey, looking at a situation and say how we can do this in a more compassionate way, how we can put compassion into action. And so when looking at entrepreneurship, we don't always have to be thinking about how to will this decision make us the most amount of money, but will this decision be the most compassionate thing to do? And that's something yeah, I would really like to share with you. Does anyone have any questions of anything that I've been speaking about? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Luke. This was really insightful. And when I say insightful, this kind of entrepreneurship is also to be taught to our students. Most of the times we really talk about everyone wants to become Elon Musk, but nobody wants to become Ratan Tata. That's the irony of our Indian this thing. But I really appreciate, first and foremost, thank you so much, VPM's KG Joshi College of Arts and NG Bedekar College of Commerce for inviting us and having this wonderful conference. I would say this is the first step, right? I mean, I'm sure the faculty, the organizing team would have realized what it takes to create an organization. Why I'm saying this is having this conference in itself is an entrepreneurial venture. I'm sure getting everyone out here, the students, the volunteers, the well-wishers, everyone within this. I think that's what, if at all, if you can do this, I'm sure you can come up with any idea and solve any problems in the world. That's so amazing. My job is to moderate. My job is to summarize. So I said that I've got exactly now, I believe it's 12:08. So 22 minutes is what I have. What I would try to do is next 8 to 10 minutes, I would talk about what AIC RMP is trying to do and try to sum it up in a way that what Luke has really spoken about. I've taken down a few notes around that. Next 5 minutes, I would love to grill Luke on certain things. I think that's very important in a way that when I say grill, what that really means is as a founder, you are always in that particular hot seat, right? There are those questions coming in because it's always good to ask those questions. So I would like to really ask 2 or 3 specific questions and then we'll open it for the audience. Would that be okay, everyone? Wonderful. And I really love the last benchers every time. It's just that every time we keep on getting answers from the front benchers and even the delegates here. But I would like to mention here that it's all about thinking, right? I mean, when you say entrepreneurship, it's taking that action, and the action would come in. The first step towards it is you start thinking that there is some problem. And that is what you really need to start off with. Entrepreneurship as a terminology, as a word, I think it's been more of now a fad in a way that everyone wants to become an entrepreneur, but they don't know exactly how the journey is. So First and foremost, I see a lot of similarity. You said you live in a forest. I don't live in a forest, but the place where we operate from, it's a very remote area. Keshav Srushti, I'm sure you would have heard about it. That's in Uttan before SL World Road. That's what AIC RMP is. That's Atal Incubation Center, Rambao, Margi, Prabodhini. Our journey started in 2019, exactly 4 years back, where our incubation center was inaugurated by then Vice Chairman Dr. Rajiv Kumar, who's the Niti Aayog, was the Niti Aayog Vice Chairman at that point of time, 20th Jan 2019. So it's 4 years. And one day I joined the center as a CEO on 10th of December 2018. And that's what I would say. I always relate our center as a startup journey. What we have done in a short period, first and foremost, when you start off, the problem is what you are trying to solve. There is always that question, right? कि आप क्या कर रहे हो? What is it that you are trying to do? And when we started our incubation center, the first question that we had was, what do you really mean by incubation center? I'm sure that might be a question out here in a lot of audiences here. What we really do is we create and support entrepreneurs. That's the bottom line. What that really means is we go to colleges, we go to places where there could be budding entrepreneurs. We make them believe in themselves so that they could take up entrepreneurial journey. And the support part is where the registered startups come to us. DPIIT registered startups. What we have created is a pool of 55 plus entrepreneurs, 55 plus startups all across India, creating 500 plus jobs. And the reason I'm here today is I would love to see maybe 2 or 3 of the students or alumni or faculty members or delegates taking up entrepreneurial journey and being a part of our community. Our community is pretty strong. And this is what I would love to, what we really look into is agri-tech, that's agriculture. Information communication technology, that's over there. We look into education and healthcare. And third part we look into is tech for social good, that's social impact. Luke, that's what I can see a lot of similarity. I was in Pondicherry, Auroville in September 2022. I've seen the kind of work that Auroville has done. It's all about changing your mindset. And let me add here, why we are doing this and what we are doing this is very, very important in a way that are 2 of the institution that has supported us. So that's Rambao, Margi, Prabodhini. And our motto, rather, it's there in our particular tagline, if you would like to, in a branding sense, it's Atma Deepo Bhava. What that really means is Luke really spoke about it, right? As an entrepreneur, you really need to enlighten yourself. You need to really find yourself, and then you can take up entrepreneurial journey. That's what I always say to the students, that please work on your strengths first rather than our weaknesses. Unfortunately, our education system doesn't give us that sort of a perspective. When you get 80 on 100, people ask you, oh, 20 mark kahan pe gaye? Where have you lost that 20 marks? Entrepreneurship is the reverse part of it. You can find a co-founder who would get that 20 and you would make it 100. The other part is in life, there is nothing called as perfection. When you go out of the classroom, in the classroom, everything is perfect because the systems are set. In entrepreneurship, the systems are not set. They are going to be set by you. So please keep those things in mind. But the most important part I always say is strength and confidence. If at all, if you have the confidence to change the world, if you have the confidence to bring out that change and help others, it's very, very important as a part of your journey. So with this, I've taken down a few notes and I would really love to talk about those specific things as well. So one of the things, what I heard Luke talking about is give and take, right? I mean, that's very important. Why, I always say, why it's not take and give. It's give and take. That's the most important part of a founder. If you would really look at it as a business, what would happen is, what is it that I'm getting out of it? In our Indian tradition or in our particular businesses, we say at Galla, right? Galle mein kitne paise aaye hain, how much that you are earning, that's business. But when you really start talking about solving world's problem and solving local problems, that's where you would become an entrepreneur. And the next step to it is your team, your people around it. It's very, very important. It's not about your salary. It's about at the end of the month, you are able to give salary to the others. So if you have that particular perspective, then only please take up entrepreneurship. It's all about giving back than taking from the society. That's what entrepreneurship is. And I really like that particular part. The other part of it, I think we should have it in our education system, is gratitude, right? That's that's our Indian tradition in a way that whatever you are studying in wonderful campus, but most of the times what you really look at that is I'm not in IIT or IIMs. Uh, that's something you are comparing yourself. What that really means is you yourself are putting yourself down and saying that, hey, my aspiration is to be this. But if that's the case, then work for it. The students that are there at those campuses have worked so hard for it. But at the same point of time, it's not about what is it that you are currently. It's all about what is it that you would take it in the next 2 to 3 years. So you should have that kind of a confidence. That's also very important. But gratitude, I think every day you should really thank the nature to start off with. Um, all the materialistic thing, I think that's perfectly fine. It's there for some reason. But then beyond that as well, you have great family, teachers, everyone, friends to support you, and they are going to help you in your entrepreneurial journey. The third thing he really said wonderfully well is the smile, right? Most of the times we see ourselves in a lot of stress. I say this that in a business, if at all, if you show that stress, what that really means is you are not enjoying your work. If at all, if you are enjoying your work, I think an entrepreneur should always have the smile, whatever the challenges that are there. But that's very important. Um, Luke spoke something very interesting, and I call this as change makers. Luke, you said entrepreneurs. I call um, founders like this as change makers. They are the kind of bringing out change in the society, in the world. And a small little change, you can never realize, I mean, what particular great step that you take as an entrepreneur and then how it would change the entire world. That is what you really need to look at it. So I always say that look at the local problems to start with. There are quite a few problems. COVID has given us a lot of flexibility in our life as well. There are a lot of problems around education, agriculture, healthcare. I think the list is endless. It's just that we are not opening our minds or thinking about it. If at all, if you would sit in a classroom, you would see 1,000 different problems that, hey, while the students are out, why the lights are still on? You could really use IoT and you could use the technology and ensure that with sensors, those classrooms could be converted. That's entrepreneurship, that's startup, right? So look into those specific aspects. And that's what I would say, that be a change maker rather than a founder. The founder will give you only the title, the CEO or something of that sort that will boost your ego. As an entrepreneur, you should be egoless. Most of the times, I think what really happens is you really get into that particular part of being the founder or the CEO, and then you don't realize, because as a founder and the CEO, you are there to learn from others. You are not there to share any specific sort of your strengths with them. It's all about what is it that you can really give back to people. The last and the most important part, I think we really don't take it up in entrepreneurship. It's all about managing people. If at all, if you can manage people, I think nothing like it. I always admire the students that take up extracurricular activities or a part of NSS or certain particular core committees that are there in the colleges. The reason being, they know how to manage different people and get those things done. Because it's not just you alone that's going to make this particular journey. It's the people that's going to make it possible for you. So I just wanted to highlight this specific areas. And I see a lot of students here. So my question is, and this is the only question that I have for the audience, how many of you out here see yourself as an entrepreneur, not now, maybe 6 months down the line, 4 years down the line, or 10 years down the line? Please raise your hand. I would love to see. Please raise your hand. How many of you would really like to be entrepreneur or a founder? Please raise it. I mean, you should be confident. That's almost 35% in this particular room, which is amazing. So a big round of applause to everyone. The whole idea of doing this conference is to learn from each other, is to make sure that you learn from others' failures and experiences. So the entire day you're gonna listen from all the speakers, but at the same point of time, we always say at our center, it's not about the knowledge that you can get it in YouTube as well, right? But the most part is how do you really internalize that knowledge, digest it, and then make it happen work for you, and be much more sensible. And at the same point of time, I always use this word, keep your ears and eyes open when you are an entrepreneur. Where are those opportunities that are being there? And there are huge opportunities, let me tell you. That's where I come to the last point. And Luke, you spoke about the local sadhana, seva, all those specific words out there. If a person from not from the country can really do this for our country, I think how about you making our solutions global? I think most of the times what we really look is certain problems that we feel that that's just only locally there. I think the most important part is you could really work on those solutions and that could be global as well. So think big and don't be contented. There are UN SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure you would have heard about it. Now, India being G20, we are leading that particular part of Vasundevam Kutumbam. I think that's important in a way that if at all, if you could really work on your problems, come out with solutions, and then that could be really addressed at the global level, I think we would have done a wonderful job around it. So with that, as I promised, I've taken around 8 to 10 minutes. Next 5 minutes, I'm gonna ask 2 to 3 specific questions to Luke, and then we'll open up the forum for the questions. And that could be addressed to Luke or me. Would be more than happy to do that. So Luke, the first question that I have is we always say that as an entrepreneur, you require a different kind of a mindset. And I always say the core of any entrepreneur or any business or any startup is the why. So maybe you could just explain why sadhana and then why this particular journey, because I'm sure would love to know your background and how did you really pick up sadhana as one of the things. And it's a long journey, right? So would love to know maybe the why part of your entrepreneurial journey.
So I think what everyone kind of looks for in their life is this sense of purpose, right? Like we feel like that we belong, that we feel like we're doing something. And we look at these figures like Elon Musk, who used as an example, and seeing them doing things and kind of being inspired towards this kind of sense of purpose that they have, and that they are having an impact in the world, whether it's positive or negative in whatever way. So I think the why often comes from, okay, I need to belong. I need to have a sense of purpose. I need to feel content in what I'm doing. And I didn't feel this before. I was working in the UK in a retail company, making a rich person even richer. I was working as a service manager, and I didn't feel fulfilled. I didn't feel this sense of purpose. I didn't feel like I was creating a positive impact in the world. I was just part of the machine. So I actually asked myself, like, why am I living like this? And my plan was to travel around the world to find a better way to live, because I was just reflecting, stepping back, and I saw how I was living, and I was like, surely this is not the best way. Like, surely this is not the best of humanity. We have gone through all this craziness and hundreds of thousands of years of evolution to arrive at this point where this is how we live our lives. And is this really the best way? And there was this question of why. And so I was going to travel around the world. The first place I wanted to come to was Oroville, because when you look at alternative ways of living, Oroville is based off the philosophies of Sri Aurobindo and the mother. And they really created a space where things are done differently, and to try and create a better world. So I came there. I was just going to be there for 2 months, and yeah, it's been nearly 5 years now. So I came there and I found a better way to live. So now that's my home, and yeah.
That's wonderful. I at times I use this particular part whenever I take specific sessions for young budding entrepreneurs. I say that there are those, there is this how, right? How would you do it? Then there is when, where, but why, if at all, if you can address that, that's very, very important, because that will show the persistence, come what may, whatever challenges that you would face. And that's my next question as well. As an entrepreneur, most of the time, what's really worrying is one particular part which you cannot avoid as a human being, is the funding, right? I think most of the times you always say, I mean, it's always good to work for a purpose, but at the same point of time, the sustainability is very important. And I always say that there is a thin line between a social worker and a social entrepreneur. Because if you are a social worker, what would happen? You would complete a project and then you would move on to other things. It's not sustainable for you. So my next question is, did you find that sustainability, or how did you get the funding, or when did you think about it? I'm sure there would have been times wherein you would have said that, hey, what I'm doing at the end of the day is for people, but there are not many in the ecosystem helping you out. So my question is, how do you really look into the funding and how do you really manage it, being a people-driven organization?
So yeah, I've just been with Satana Forest for 5 years now. It was started 19 years ago. And when I came here, this was kind of a question I had a lot because they were just giving so much, giving thousands of free meals a year, just giving and not asking for money. They would never ask for donations. But then I just saw people coming and seeing this, feeling inspired and just giving. And I asked them, like, how can you be so sure that you be able to keep doing this? And he said, like, we don't have enough money to run this organization for the next 1 or 2 months, but we have full trust that it will come. So I think when you're looking at different ways to doing things and to having a positive impact in the world and really believing in what you're doing and really trusting in this idea that you're doing, having this full trust that everything that you need will come. And this is really hard to do because you have to really surrender yeah, trust in the universe that like everything will come. And I've started to see over the years of being here so many different examples where whenever there was a need for something, it would always come in the most random places that you never would see it coming from. And we often have a lot of fear in what we're doing in our everyday of life. And when you give energy to the fear, you start to fall into its trap where you start to worry and you start to not believe in yourself and not start thinking things are possible. So you have to start looking at different ways of doing things. But if you can overpower that fear into trust and just pure belief of what you're doing. And this is what I've seen with Sadhana Forest, just things coming at the most random places. We need someone to manage one of the projects that we're starting, and like we have the funding to start the project, we have everything we need, we don't have a team there, and then we have like 1 month to go and suddenly someone arrives who's really good at management skills, and other people start arrive that really want to commit long term to a project and just really trusting that it will come. So yeah,
So
trust.
first, is the trust in yourself. I think that's very, very important. Unless you have trust in yourself, how would you really convince others? The other part of it, things will fall into place. If at all, if you have that commitment, passion to change the world, that's where I really love social entrepreneurs and the people that are in this particular domain. They are with that intent. Things may not work out. What that really means is there are better things for you to do it. So don't really get disheartened. It's a long, long journey. I always say, Sachin Tendulkar ka shayad aapne suna hoga. He used to always quote this particular part, 10,000 hours, right? The kind of practice, the number of hours that you really need to put in to really decide whether you are a success or a failure. And there is nothing like a failure. It's always learning that has been there. My last, but the most important question, Luke, to you is, in entrepreneurial journey, I always say that more than the do's, it's the don'ts that matter. So what are those don'ts that you would like to give tips to the young audience here that they shouldn't do? Then maybe we could talk about the do's.
The don'ts. I would say, kind of from what my experience, my journey here is don't do stuff for yourself. But because we often are trying to do stuff for ourselves, but this is coming from a need to fill this emptiness inside of us. And whenever you see people trying to do stuff for themselves, there's really no limit to this. And then you start to try and expand, to start getting a bigger house, a bigger car, and doing these kind of things, and to try and achieve that idea of happiness, to fill that emptiness inside you. But when we start doing stuff from the external, where we start giving and sharing, like anyone who's help someone out, even just helping someone across the road or washing up after someone or something like this. And it feels good. Like it's something so natural to us, this idea of giving and sharing. Yeah, I think don't do stuff for yourself, and then do for others. And I think you'll realize that you've actually done much more for yourself unintentionally, indirectly for that, because it's an amazing feeling. We're such a social species. We are so connected to one another, even though society has developed in a way to try and divide us. But that's not natural for us. We're at our best when we are together, when we are supporting each other, helping each other. That is how we, as a species, has survived for this long. And we will not survive if we keep working against each other and just doing stuff for ourselves. But we're at a crossroads right now in the world where we can decide which path we go down. We can continue following the direction that we've been going in the last few hundred years. And the science is very clear of where this would lead us to. The IPCC reports and everything stating the fact that we are entering the 6th mass extinction in cosmological history. It's a very doom and gloom to talk about, but our life support systems of this planet is collapsing. And that's because we're trying to do stuff for ourselves. But when we try and give back and give to everything else, then we are doing so much for ourselves, because we will have a habitable planet for future generations. We can feel content and happiness in what we're doing. So yeah.
So look, that's more of a change maker talking. I would love to see the founder side of it. As a Sadhana particular initiative or as a founder, what are the things that a budding entrepreneur, when you started your journey, I'm sure you would have realized there were few don'ts at that point of time as well. You might have done those mistakes, maybe one or two, if you would like to share.
So I didn't start Sadhana Forest. It was started by a small family. I've just come a part
No, but
of
now you are a
the
leader
journey.
of that. So that's what I would
Yeah,
say as
yeah.
a founder.
Yeah. I think there's not many things that I've felt, honestly, that I said I shouldn't do. Like, we've made mistakes, but every field that you're trying to working in, there's different ways of doing things. So if you think maybe I shouldn't do this, then, and you think of a don't, for me, if you then don't do it. But if you believe it can work, then yeah, I think if it's really coming from the heart, and if you make a mistake, I've made many mistakes in the organization that we're working with. I joke around that I love chaotic situations. That's where I'm at my best, in chaos.
Right.
But actually, people say, like, okay, you're trying to create chaos just because it's at your best. But so yeah, I haven't really experienced things
Okay.
that we
So,
shouldn't do.
so
Just
no, I
following the heart.
No, completely understand. I normally say that don't do it or don't take up entrepreneurship because you don't want to do 9 to 5 job, because you don't want to really report to others, because as an entrepreneur, you will be reporting to even your office boy. If at all, if he comes in late, you would say that मैं तो ये time पे आया था, you have come in late. That's more of a reporting, reverse reporting part of it. I think the other part of it, most of the times we normally don't look into is the importance of mentors and advisors, the people around you. I think they are the most important asset in any organization or any entrepreneurial venture. So with this, maybe it's already 12:34. So maybe one more minute, we would love to take up questions from the audience if you have. At AIC RMP, you can go through our website, that's aic-rmp.org. What we are trying to build is an incubator which is world-class, focusing on sustainable startups, not just fundable startups. And the most important part within that is we would love to have more and more students coming up and taking up entrepreneurship. So it's about starting as a founder and building an enterprise. So that is what we are really looking at. Would love to have maybe 2 questions from the audience, maybe to Luke or to me, or it could be any generic question as well. We would love to address if at all, if you have.
My question is with Mr. Luke. Hello, sir. My question is, the idea of entrepreneurship itself brings a lot of the idea of entrepreneurship brings
Just have to hold your mic. Yeah, while talking. Thanks.
my question is, I hope I am audible.
Yeah, please.
The idea of entrepreneurship itself brings a lot of fear. And when it comes to social entrepreneurship, it seems even more fearsome to, especially to youngsters who belong to a background whereby they have a lot of financial responsibilities towards their family. So is social entrepreneurship really a cup of tea for youngsters belonging to such family backgrounds? Thank you.
I don't think I can say a cup of tea. Like anyone that's working in social development, it's a very difficult field to be in. If anyone wants an easy life, then don't go for a social development. But fear is something that's internal to you. That's how you deal with that. And that's where it kind of comes back down to this faith and this belief. Like we can turn fear into something positive, into passion, to motivation, to drive towards doing better. But you can also turn fear into not doing, to not taking risks, to just doing things safely. So yeah, for me, I would say fear is something that you need to work on yourselves. And this is not just in entrepreneurship, this is just throughout life of anything. Often something very amazing in our lives was the other side of fear. Like if you're very scared of something and you try it and you realize, actually, that's amazing. So yeah, try and turn fear into something positive. Because if you leave it in a negative perspective, then it will keep going.
So it's a fear of failure. I always say that stops you for on doing things. You may check Green Soul. That's SOLE, Green Soul. That's one of the student and entrepreneur that I used to mentor. Coming from a very underprivileged background and then started recycling of shoes and making it into chappals. I think amazing journey and story. You would find quite a few such inspirations. It's not just only them as entrepreneurs. There are quite a few that you would find coming from those background. Deen Dayal Upadhyay ji, I mean, we have a lot of them. Swami Vivekanand, I mean, he left everything. At the end of the day, the purpose, that's most important. So if you could figure it out early in your life, at this moment, you can make mistakes. It's good to make mistakes, learn from it. And then that's what entrepreneurship is all about. Maybe one more question. Yeah, please, ma'am.
Sir, my question is for you. How you select the startup ideas for your incubation center and what kind of impact you are expecting from your startups?
Wonderful question. Thank you so much. What we really look at is the credibility of the founder. They need to really have some grassroots level or experience from the domains that I spoke: agriculture, ICT, education, healthcare, and tech for social good. These are the domains that we look into. The founder needs to be pretty strong. We invest in founders. We don't invest in ideas. So maybe today it might be a business that 3 years down the line, he might get to another business. That's fine with us. The impact that we really look at is job creation, how many jobs they are able to create. The other part is nation building. Most of our startups, if you see our portfolio, that's 55 plus startups. One of our startups got featured in ISRO. One of the startups got acquired. They are into ed tech, deep tech, satellite imaging, all those specifics. So tech is the key out here. It needs to be a technology-based startups. That's what we really look into. And there has to be at least one or two. We normally don't look into single founders or a solo founders. We look at 2 or 3 founders, co-founders. That's always good. And the only criteria we look into is it has to be a DPIIT registered or a registered startup. We work with students, that's at idea level, and then that's fine with us. But that's a good question. The reason being, most of the times, I always say it's the startups that go and pitch to incubators. It should be the other way around as well, that incubators should go and pitch to the startups as well and say that it's both the ways. It's not only startups selecting the incubator, but it's not the incubator selecting the startups, but the startup should also select the incubator. So you should have enough knowledge about the ecosystem. But let me tell you, it's a great opportunity at this moment with Startup India. Stand Up India movement, the grants, the funds that are available. It's a huge. I was there yesterday, day before at VJTI talking about student and startup policy for Maharashtra and the kind of amazing talent we had in the room. I think that's huge, and that's a huge potential we really need to bring in. With this, I think it's already, we have crossed 10 minutes, but I would really like to acknowledge Naik Madam, her entire team, as well as the trust of the college to invite us and then make this forum as a sort of a platform wherein we could really look into and address more and more budding entrepreneurs and then support the existing entrepreneurs. So thank you so much once again. And I'm sure there are a lot of takeaways. Luke, thanks again for your visit and sharing your wisdom with us. As I said, it's not just about listening, it's all about making those particular things, knowledge into action. So more, I would love to see ideas coming in. I've got my colleague Srishti here, who represents our incubation team. Maybe you could write to her about your ideas. We can work together and make things happen. We would love to see more and more entrepreneurs coming to our campus. We would facilitate. So I would like to invite each one of you to our center at AICRMP at Uttan, Keshav Srishti, to see, so that most of your queries also maybe would get addressed through that. Yeah. Thank you so much. Dhanyavad. Thank you so much.
I just want to say thank you to everyone for having me here. And if anyone wants to know more about what we're doing and try and experience this different way of living, you're welcome to come visit Sadhana Forest at any time. If you want to know more about us, we have a website, sadhanaforest.org. I'm sure a lot of you are on social media these days. So on Instagram, Sadhana Forest, you'll be able to see what we're doing. And this is an open invite. You're welcome to come visit, come stay at any time, and be a part of experiencing something different. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke, sir, for unraveling a new and different avenue of entrepreneurship to our students. And I also thank Uday, sir, for making the do's and don'ts of entrepreneurship and the possibilities also to our students here. So that marks the end of the plenary session. I thank both the speakers. Yeah. We shall have the Avishkar team with our principal madam, which is the research convention team, for a photograph.
Good afternoon, all of you. One success we have to share with all of you that along with developing the entrepreneurship and the industrial skills for our students in the college, we also believe in developing the research skills. And resultant this year, there was a competition for students at the university level, that was Avishkar Convention 22-23. And our 7 students have won a silver medal under 2 projects for humanities and commerce management. So at state level, they have won that silver medal. So I request Madam Principal, along with the research committee head, coordinator, and the convener of the conference, I invite them on the stage. And I also invite all the students who have won the silver medal for the photograph. Along with them, please, mentors also should be on the stage, and as well as the Madhura madam, who was the Avishkar is a research convention, and every year we have the competition for the students from UG to PG level, where they present their research work, and it's a very tough competition. So we are really proud of our students that they have won this medal. A round of applause for our students. This is a journey to continue towards the research work for our students. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, guest, and all the students and mentors.
Dear students, just an announcement. The QR code for the feedback form will be displayed here. Kindly scan and do the needful, okay? And the same need to be done for every session. Please pay attention, okay? Thank you.
We now move on to the panel discussion, for which I call upon Jharna Madam to take over. Very shortly, we'll be starting with the panel discussion.
Folders.
I request the patience and cooperations of all student participants till the stage is being arranged. We are starting the session in a minute.
She's coming. Stage left. Okay, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you present over here. It is said entrepreneurs are born, not made, but many think it is just a myth. The reality is, through proper training and skill development, entrepreneur also could be made. In this regard, we have a panel discussion where experts of entrepreneurship and skill development will be discussing on the title Future Skills for Entrepreneurship and Employability. Before beginning the session, I request all the panelists, our moderator, and Madam Principal to grace the dais. I welcome Mr. Rikesh Gorang, our first panelist. Second, Mr. Milind Bhosle, Ms. Shivkala S., Dr. Jyoti Gopte, and Dr. Nitin Joshi as the moderator for the session, along with our Madam Principal, Dr. Suchitra Naik. I request all the students to please get settled down first. I request all the disciplinary volunteers to look after the students so that the decorum of the system should be maintained. Before introducing our panelist, I request our principal ma'am, Dr. Suchitra Naik, to felicitate our panelist. The first panelist, Mr. Rikesh Gorang. A round of applause for our panelist from Bhutan. Yes, one of the happiest nation. I request Madam Principal to felicitate our second panelist, Mr. Milind Bhosle. A round of applause for our panelist, Mr. Milind Bhosle. I request Madam Principal to felicitate our third panelist, Ms. Shivkala S. A round of applause for Shivkala ma'am. Thank you. I request again Madam Principal to felicitate our fourth panelist, Dr. Jyoti Gopte. Thank you. I request Madam Principal once again to felicitate our moderator for the session, Dr. Nitin Joshi. Now I request the convener of the conference, Dr. Archana Prabhudesai, to felicitate guest of the dais, Mr. Shashank Tilak, mentor for eCell from AIC RMP. I again request Dr. Archana Prabhudesai ma'am to felicitate Ms. Srishti Chatwal, Incubation Manager, AIC RMP. Ms. Srishti Chatwal. She might not be here. Okay. Okay, she'll join us in some time. Now I request Archana Prabhudesai ma'am again to felicitate our IQAC coordinator, Dr. Pradnya Raje Bahadur. Thank you so much, ma'am. To take the discussion ahead, we have on the board Mr. Rikesh Gaurang, President of Bhutan Association of Entrepreneurs. Sir is an experienced founder with a demonstrated history of working in environmental services industry, skilled in marketing management, analytical skills, entrepreneurship, team building, and market research. A strong entrepreneurship professional with a degree in business management, marketing, and related services from University of Madras. Sir is also currently the founder and chairman of the Green Road, Bhutan. Our second panelist is Mr. Milan Bhosle, Assistant Project Officer, Maharashtra State Skill Development Society. Sir is having 11 years of total experience and since last 4 years is in skill ecosystem. Sir is working with Government of Maharashtra since last 2 years and successfully completed skill development program in various sectors like healthcare, IT, logistics, BFSI, and tourism. Sir is also running a CSR projects in skill development with Centum Foundation, All Cargo Logistics Limited, and Anudeep Foundation. Our third panelist is Ms. Shivkala S. Ma'am is among top 100 women transforming India by Niti Aayog. Motto of her life is, I help you to build your business that never goes out of the business. Ma'am is mentor at Cherry Blair Foundation UK, a social entrepreneur devoted to creating market for handmade products made by local artisans, practitioner for social entrepreneurship and fair trade, and believing in aligning the compassion of non-profit world with the effectiveness and efficiency of business. Ma'am is also on the advisory board of the conference. Our fourth panelist is Mr. Jyoti Gokte, mentor and trainer for the startups and entrepreneurial community. Ma'am is PhD and recognized research guide at University of Pune. Following her passion, Ma'am is running her own business since the age of 22. Ma'am is the founder of Comfy Dynamics LLP, manufacturer of multi-purpose lap tray. Ma'am is a mentor for startups and entrepreneurs associated with Dayasara Foundation, Bhau Institute, Tata Strife, and many more on her list. Recipient of Successful Entrepreneur Award and Udyog Chakra Award by MCCIA. To moderate this session, we have along with us Dr. Nitin Joshi, sir, a self-motivated and growth-oriented career design coach. Sir is the director of Dr. V.N. Bedekar Institute of Management Studies, Thane, which is one of the fastest growing institute with a special focus on career development. Sir has the precious and rich corporate experience with various companies like MCX, DataPro, and EDCO. We welcome all our panelists and moderator for this session. Now I request Dr. Nitin Joshi, sir, to start the session. Over to you, sir. It's up to you.
So good afternoon, everybody. A formal welcome to all of you on the dais. First of all, let me tell you that. Yeah, it's working. It's working. Am I audible? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So it is my pleasure to be here and to be blessed with such a wonderful panel. Now, while I was going through all of your CVs, no, I was delighted that it is a great opportunity for me to interact with all of you. So laying some of the rules for panel discussion is we have been given a time limit of 1 hour. So we'll see that we definitely wrap up in that hour. My request is let us be as focused to the questions and so that the audience is benefited. And my request is it is for the larger benefit of the student as a segment. So from that perspective, your answers are, it will really help and it will create more value for them. So laying the foundation, I'll just share with you what is in my mind, and then probably we can ask few questions. So basically, when we talk about entrepreneurship, I'm sure since morning there has been a lot of discussion on it, but it is one of the key factors when we talk about economic development of the country. So keeping that in mind, what I feel is today, innovation and creativity are the strategic pillars for this kind of economic development. And this is what we exactly see in terms of startups and other things. So today, when we talk about entrepreneurship, some of the perspectives which are there and which could be making sense to the students is there is a challenge from the industry perspective when we talk about industry 4.0 or 5.0, where we are talking about automation, technology, disruption, and things. Next is the challenge of technology adoption. Because one thing, technology is becoming obsolete so fast that you need to be always in run with the technology, because that is one of the factors when we talk about today's journey. Next is competing with state-of-the-art emerging technologies. These technologies are emerging every now and then. Means yesterday I was with at IIT Bombay, and Google has come up with something called BERT as one of the technologies, BERT. So like these things will be keep on. I think there is a change in Instagram every 7 days kind of thing. There is some upgradation on Facebook. So Hitachi has come up with something. So these things are coming up every day, every week, every moment. So we have to be in line with that. Next is focus. I think previous session was talking about session was focused on planet and people, but most of the entrepreneurs are focusing on power and profit. So power and profit is one of the in thing where everybody is focusing on. But when you talk about social entrepreneurship, and I'm sure from Bhutan, we'll hear more that there is something called planet and people. Can we have entrepreneurship models on power and planet and people? Shareholders are asking for returns. More important is, can we make them more of stakeholders rather than they being just shareholders? So these are some of the perspectives. Some of the encouraging things are that there are a lot of government policies which are supporting this initiatives of entrepreneurship, especially when we talk about engineering colleges and AICT driven colleges. There is a concept of IIC, which is Institute Innovation Council, which is headed by Ministry of HRD. Similarly, there are platforms like Yukta. These are all digital platforms where students can reach and they can take benefit of these innovations and innovative policies of the government. Creating platform for MSMEs is another important parameter where government is trying to work upon, because in isolation, it is extremely difficult. I'm sure government is creating a big networking platform for MSMEs to come together and operate on a scale so that economies of scales are addressed. Something like cloud computing we are currently doing in. Skill development is happening, but we are still focusing on, I would request is if we can still focus on attitude and aptitude, because I think these are equally important when we talk about business. Today, I think somebody used the word called VUCA world. I don't know how long this VUCA is going to be there, but we keep on hearing this VUCA on and off. And along with that VUCA, now COVID has also come in as an additional complexity parameter. So we'll have to understand that risk is a game where we need to manage, mitigate, or handle it. And we have to be with that. Now it is not going to be the journey where now there is no more risk kind of scenario. So risk is always going to be there. So sustainability, I think Mr. Uday was talking about 16 or 17 goals of sustainability. So these are another important facets which entrepreneurs will have to be with. And I think entrepreneurs are not limiting themselves to digital as an ultimate destination, but they're viewing it as critical business capability. Because yesterday I heard Sam Petruda, and he was saying that, can we shift our policies towards digital citizenship? Can we have the democracy, which is saying that why you need to be a citizen of one country, why you can't be citizen, a digital citizen of the globe? So perspectives can change, and I don't know in another 20 years what is going to happen. But these are some of the broad perspective. The need is, what I feel is, from the students' perspective, the need is to nurture progressive, disciplined, creative, and synthesizing mindset. If you have this mindset, I'm sure with whatever scenario is, I'm sure you are going to evolve and grow. So students need to demonstrate. I think somebody was saying that learning is important, and no, but today, if you are talking about outcome-based education, or in the world, you will have to demonstrate what you have learned. So you will have to learn to co-create, collaborate, and cooperate with your people, around the people, and learn with everybody kind of scenario. So keeping these things in mind, I think last thing is we need to teach our students to see big problems as big opportunities. If we start helping them to see big problems as big opportunities, I think we have done our jobs. So this is the background which I thought I'll share with you, and we'll have some questions and answers. I hope this mic is helping me. Yeah. So we'll give him the first chance to Mr. Rikesh, coming from Bhutan all the way. Yeah. So he works for an association. So I thought, why not ask him something that how his association really helps develop this entrepreneurial skills? Because this is one of the challenge for academics. So if you can help us understand that how your association is doing something different, which is enabling entrepreneurs to grow, skill development kind of activity. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much for inviting me. Today I got to hear a lot of really, some of my favorite words from speakers: trust, compassion, empathy, social, culture. These are essential elements for a good entrepreneurial ecosystem. And I would agree, Doctor. I would rather speak as an entrepreneur than as the president of the association, because I would also like to connect to the students here more than the professors and doctors here. So I have a very close tie with India. I've studied most of my, education in India. I did my bachelor's business administration from Madras University, 2003, 2007. And it was then that I actually came across this idea of using waste plastic in blacktopping roads. And I was taking BBA, probably a forced entrepreneur, and I really didn't have a certificate, even after finishing my college in 2007. My parents were, really bugging me every day, being the only son, spend such a lot amount of money to send all the way to India and comes without a certificate. So, yeah. And when I started my journey, entrepreneurial journey, 2010, when I got back, I was in Chennai for 6.5 years. You can imagine. I still have my mentor, my Guruji in Madurai, Dr. R. Vasudevan. He's 78 years old now, retired. And so the project that I'm actually doing is about engineering, chemical, all that stuff. And what I actually took was BBA, and that too even without a certificate. So after coming back, took a lot of time, a lot of perseverance, the don'ts which Mr. Uday shared. Being an entrepreneur, the hardest thing of being an entrepreneur is to have people say no and don't to you, whether it's your prospective clients, your customers, bankers, financial. Don'ts and no's are the things that you hear the most. And took me 2.5 years to get the license. And, middle entrepreneurs actually come from the middle class families, to bring about change. And my aspiration as an entrepreneur was not just to come up with a big recycling industry or a manufacturing unit in town, but was actually dogmatic to my motivation to create indigenous product and service for the whole society. So that was the motivation behind it. And somehow I became lucky. I got the funding support from a bank that doesn't take collaterals from entrepreneurs. And now I have built 140 kilometers of road in Bhutan, and I've reused a little more than 800 tons of waste plastic. I've currently employed 65 people in Green Road in the capital city. And thank you. And at the time when I was about 20, 25 years old, walking into the Department of Roads, meeting very old chief engineers, so that, oh, I'm here to change how the roads are being built. They were actually laughing at me because I was very young, what do you call, very wild. And, even my own family actually didn't really push me to take up this project. But now I have my own family working for me. This is something that I like to help the community, help the family. So the Bayul Bhutan Association of Entrepreneurs came about in 2018, and they wanted a noodle agency to take care of all the entrepreneurial activities in the country. And Bayul was formed. I was elected the first president, and I actually resigned a couple of months back, but I was again asked to continue this chairmanship for another 3 years. So we currently have 380 entrepreneurs. 180 are women entrepreneurs, 200 are male. I was really happy to see women leaders and starting of the session here, and we don't see that in Bhutan these days. And so this is how it started, and we wanted to be the nodal agency to connect all the stakeholders, Ministry of Labor, the Economic Affairs Ministry, and we're doing a lot of things. We have actually collaborated with incubation here in India also. So we are sending, at 25 entrepreneurs every month to get trained in EDII in Gujarat, the Entrepreneurial Development Institute, for a period of 4 weeks. So this is something that BU was able to do. And in terms of policies and all, starting from the FDI to external commercial borrowing, the entrepreneurial system, and the very good news that I have here is since 2020, we have actually taken out the subject, commerce subject, from class 11 and 12, and we have introduced entrepreneurship development as a subject now. So the students actually study above us, and in Bhutan, they have this. When I usually go to colleges and schools, I usually start the talk by asking the audience how many wishes to be an entrepreneur, which you did. And out of 300, 400 people, you see only 2 to 3 raising hand. And that is what is happening in Bhutan. So they feel that, only by working in a civil servant, you're actually contributing to the nation's development and to the king and queen. Now, as a West entrepreneur, I am contributing in terms of employment and economic development, social aspect. My project has been inaugurated by the Queen of Bhutan, and it has never happened in the history of Bhutan that a queen has actually inaugurated a private company. So basically, it's not about I don't like to use the word ego or pride. It's basically really encouraging entrepreneurs, especially from the middle class family. There has to be someone you have to look about. I admire Ratan Tataji very much, and I have gained a lot of knowledge and learns from him. So this is what's happening. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll come back to you again, but I think before we move ahead, I think to take a clue from your thought that most of the people, they want to, I think when you had asked this question, Udayji, that how many of you want to be entrepreneurs? I think you said around 35 So not many want to be entrepreneurs. So what is that reason, madam, or Shivkala madam, anybody from this, that most of the people want to be job seekers than job providers? What is that which is forcing them to be job seekers? Especially from the students' perspective, yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much, Joshi and Bedekar College, giving me an opportunity. I have seen both the sides as an entrepreneur, 40 plus years and 10 plus years from academic institutions. I was out of 10 years, I was a director of Management Institute. There are few colleges who are really doing the fantastic job. And of course, this Joshi Bedekar College, which what we have seen today. And the thing is, we are just following all the traditional kind of education. So when Uday asked, how many of you want to become an entrepreneur? Everybody is attending skill and entrepreneurship conference. But in this hall, why only 35% should raise their hands? That is the question. So that is not the only challenge which is faced by the academic institutions, but at the same time, the students who are getting education. The basic is, you know, what is the root word of education? Can somebody say? But I don't want to waste time, but the education, the root word is educe. And what is the meaning of educe? Normally what happens when we say that we are taking education, that means that we have to go attend the classes and get the knowledge. That is what education is. But the root word is educe, and educe means to draw out of you. That is what the education is, that we have forgotten. And what we do, we come here, just attend the lectures, go out and just produce whatever we have learned in our papers. So remember that we have everything. Everybody has got Kasturi Mruga in each one of you. And instead of running all over and finding that, see to it that you follow yourself, your gut feeling, and trust yourself, believe in yourself, and just go out of, out of your way and explore, observe. That is what is required. And wish you all the best for this. And from today onwards, when you're attending this conference, when you go out of this conference, at least that thought you should have, that, oh, why not entrepreneurship, and why not? I mean, why only to go by seeking the employment? That is what is really required. Please do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Shivkala madam, I think because one of your statement was, we want businesses, people to continue business and we hold their hands and all. So what is that you would like to share with the students, because they are always, see, they have something which is holding them from not becoming an entrepreneur. They don't know the answer. I would not blame them. What is that we as teachers or institutes we are doing so that we allow them to be free from that something which is holding them, which is unseen. So can we help them or something into that?
So thank you so much for having me here. So what I today, when I sit here and talk to students, or when I meet young entrepreneurs, everybody asks me कि आपने ये कहाँ से सीखा? After 2 decades working in corporates, earning a 6-figure salary every month, what I did was I gave it to the doctors because I was under stress. वो stress से बीमारियां होती थी, and I used to pay the doctors. All my money went in that. Then Dr. Nitin, spoke about one word, and same thing with Udayji also said, was the attitude. I was always a self-learner and a go-getter. कि कुछ ना कुछ सीखना है, everything, something or the other I used to keep making in my office. जब भी free time होता था, everything, I used to just keep learning, reading books and stuff. Past
decade, I have been in my journey of entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a very nice, fancy term. Coming from a South Indian family, we were only said कि BCom या BA या कुछ भी कर लो, उसके बाद काम पे चले जाओ. ये business वगैरह कुछ नहीं करना है. And being a female तो करना ही नहीं है. So, and I said नहीं, अगर मुझे बोला है नहीं करना है तो मुझे ये करना है. So every time, you know, as youngsters, हम यही करते हैं कि हमें जो बोला जाता है ना नहीं करना, हम वो करते हैं. We explore. Keep that mindset of exploring things. Be creative. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा? वो नहीं चलेगा. But don't hold yourself. You know, that attitude of learning will keep you moving, keep you on your feet all the time. आप जो कुछ करोगे, आप सीखोगे, आज नोट्स लेते हो सब हो, नोट्स लेके जाओ, refer to it. Take actions. If you don't take actions, that cycle will never move. It's up to you. Now, you guys are fortunate कि institutions में अभी entrepreneurship as a subject is there. There are teachers and management who want children to create something new. When we were studying, कुछ नहीं था ऐसे. It was those textbooks वो answers लेना, and I was an average student. मुझे कुछ नहीं समझ में आता था. I knew that मुझे 35% के ऊपर 35 marks के ऊपर लाना है out of 100 and that's it. अगर मैंने 50 लाया तो घर में तो पेड़े बढ़ते थे. That kind. So now you have that support system. You have so many, the governments are coming up with so many schemes. Women entrepreneurs have an extra added value, you know, when you're creating something. Nowadays, we see a lot of now conversations about entrepreneurship. फिर media में ये करना, you have to create an impact. आपको कुछ अलग करना चाहिए. What you're bringing to the society. पहले अपने घर से शुरू करो. Your stakeholders are your family. आप उनके life में क्या बदल लाते हो? Some may be married here or going to get married, or some are youngsters. Your family members are your stakeholders. उनके लिए आप उनकी लाइफ में क्या चेंज ला सकते हो ना, स्टार्ट फ्रॉम देयर. You'll start exploring things and business शुरू करोगे, कुछ करोगे. घर में राशन आना जरूरी है, और अकाउंट में पैसे रहते ना, अलग हिम्मत होती है. So don't stop learning. That is one thing that is there. And when you have a platform, खुरेद के निकालो. Ask your teachers, ask your colleagues. Peer learning is amazing these days. अपने दोस्तों के साथ डिस्कस करो. जो चीजें आप घर में नहीं डिस्कस कर सकते हो, दोस्तों के साथ कर सकते हो. Have that time in that week. जब आप लोग बाहर जाते हो ना, talk, have conversations about क्या कर सकते हैं. वो सुनने में कुछ अलग लगेगा. No, people will joke about it or whatever. But talk. अपने अंदर से जो भी thoughts है ना, be vocal about your thoughts. When you're vocal about your thoughts, things start shaping up. So ये चीजें ना बहुत छोटी-छोटी चीजें हैं which I have learned. So that I would like to share.
Thank you so much, madam. I think, yeah. My next question to is Mr. Bhosle sahib. I think government, we also receive a lot of information, emails every day literally now for skill development, entrepreneurship, innovation. So would you like to share some of the most important issues which government is focusing on? Skill development is an important thing, but do you feel it is getting implemented, and how government is making efforts in getting things implemented in that?
Yes, sure. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulate management and your college that you have set up that skill development unit. Very few peoples and managements have sent that. They have set up specially a skill development unit in the. For that, I'll really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you so much.
And if I talk about the initiatives of the government, I was just talking to the ma'am before that session. So we have plenty of initiatives and we have plenty of schemes which we are working on. One of that is the Sankalp, is a central government scheme. I am working on that. So we are working for the peoples who are away from the mainstreams, like female sex workers are there, transgenders are there. In fact, jail inmates, and one of that PWD candidates, those who are physically challenged candidates, we are working with that. We have a partners like Kapse Paithanis. They are working with us, and I would like to share you this thing. Blind peoples are building that Paithanis with the help of the skill development department. Apart from that, with the scheme of Udne Do, we have come up with the transgenders and female sex workers, those who are working with the retail sectors right now in the Nasik, Nandurbar kind of districts. So these are the various initiatives. There are a lot of schemes also out there. I would like you will become a part of our journey.
Sure,
And
sure,
we will definitely can good change in society.
I'm sure the conference is blessed to have you. And no, we'll have definitely some serious
Thank you.
initiatives with what government is taking care. We'll definitely, Madam, will करू आपण
Yes.
काहीतरी नक्कीच. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Yeah. Rishikesh sir, should I ask you something? See, students are currently at the age of say 21, 20, 21, 22. Now they will have to lead a huge, big life, at least 40 years of working life. So would you recommend some future skills which they need to start, or at least start thinking about? That these are some of the skills which will help them continue their journey, because today they'll start something, but they will have to survive or sustain for 40 years minimum. So something there.
Yes, so when I shared that I didn't have a certificate, college, after I built the first plastic road in 2015, 5th of October, my college came to know about this and invited me in 2016, January, to get the certificate. So I did get a
10
certificate.
years after that, 10 years.
So yeah, in terms of future skills, now let me also talk about Bhutan. You know, the current situation Bhutan is going through, the 2 years pandemic, and then a lot of transformation is happening. We have actually reduced the ministries by one now. I mean, we had 10, we have 9 only now. So the entrepreneurship development has been shifted to the new ministry called Energy and Labor. So things are changing, and the current problem is we are losing a lot of talents abroad. I just got a data yesterday. About 16,000 Bhutanese are actually living in Perth only in Australia. And for a population of about 7 lakhs, that's a big number, you know.
Right.
And in fact, for my company, I've given letter to 12 people, and 8 of them have actually left. And these are, you know, my employees who are working with me for the last 8 years. And because his or her spouse wanted to go to Australia, he or she has to go along. Otherwise, you won't be able to make the ends meet. So we are losing a lot of people. Came to know that 53,000 Bhutanese are actually living abroad at the moment.
Okay.
And our king, just 2 days back, he was in Kuwait, went to meet the Bhutanese community there. 4,000 Bhutanese are actually working and living in Kuwait. And the next visit is to Australia now. So we are losing. I'm not very proud of what's happening at the moment. And because, you know, they say that if the economy of the country is good, you have less entrepreneurs. You know, the Kaufman actually did a study and found out that if the economy is good, you have good paying jobs in the government. So the entrepreneurs don't want to take the risk of starting a business. Rather, they work for corporate sectors or the government sectors. And in Bhutan, it's totally opposite. We have 5,000 graduates passing out every year, just like you all. But we have only 500 to 800 civil servant jobs. So how entrepreneurs or the students look entrepreneurship is first they try the civil servant job. If they don't get, they then go to the corporate sector. And even if they don't get that, they'll end up being self-employed. And there's two different words, self-employed and entrepreneurs are two different separate words. You're self-employed, you don't employ other people, but as an entrepreneur, you employ people as well. So this is the current trend that is happening. And for me personally, educating yourself on the business idea is very important. You know, you should know about a business idea. You know, if you are leading people, leadership is something that you really need to know. Stress. I currently run 4 startups, and PR is one of the most important thing that I have actually gained in the last many years. Because of PR, I'm able to forge collaborations beyond Bhutan. And 2020, the reason I came to Nagpur in 2020 was your Minister of Road, Sri Nitin Gadkari ji, has actually offered me to do road in Nagpur. I was not able to come because of the pandemic, but I'll be soon coming. 6th February, I'll be visiting to 3 states in India. So these are basically collaborations that I've formed over the years. And whatever I start from Green Road, the first waste management company, to a drone company, Bhutan's first drone company. And during the pandemic, the opportunity was, they say that the Chinese use true brushstroke to write crisis and opportunity. So while in 2020, the pandemic started, there were a lot of, the tourism sector was hit hardly, okay? And the hotels were actually laying off people. So what I did was I started a company called AB Ventures. AB Ventures, it's Australia Bhutan Ventures. And what we do is we provide digital services to businesses in Australia. It's a BPO, it's the first one in Bhutan. And we get paid $11 per hour. And so I wouldn't say that you need to have specific skills to be an entrepreneur. But as you go along the way, there's a lot to learn to be an entrepreneur.
Thank you so much. I think from whatever I could pick up is, I think you are talking about something called collaboration. Because you came to Nagpur to collaborate. So one of the skills is collaborate. You are trying to co-create with somebody like Government of India and 3 other states. So you are co-creating is another skill. So coordinating, co-creating, collaborating. I think one more skill is what I could pick up is skill of observations. Like you could observe that if there is a pain in the system, and probably, based on that, you could start your company, this Australia, Bhutan. So I think these are some of the important skills which you need to have. Like you need to understand the pains of customers or the pains of the society, and then probably you have an opportunity. So these are some of the important skills. These are from the entrepreneurial perspective. As a business perspective, we can have more. But let me get back to Madam Gokte. Madam, I think during the previous discussion, there was one more point called confidence. And I feel that because we all come from middle class family, and there is sometimes no in the family, there is sometimes yes in the family. We don't get into too much of parenting. We don't have any parenting kind of teaching that how to be a good parents and all that. So we keep on using our communication, which is so very common. So we don't know, are we really encouraging our child, or we are discouraging? Are we helping him improve his confidence, or are we demoralizing? We don't know. So can we have something from the institutions so that finally after becoming a graduate or after becoming postgraduate, he should have at least that basic confidence? I think that is still missing in our system. Can you help?
Yeah. In fact, instead of just telling confidence, I can use the word that creative confidence. And when you say that it is a creative confidence, then you will feel that, wow, this is what I would love to have. Because this creativity is it's a very dynamic kind of a word. And when we say that it is creative, that means that everybody would love to follow that. The most important is only one thing I can tell each one of you, that keep your mind open. When parachute works, when it is open. So absolutely your mind has to be open so that you can grasp everything, whatever your mind, heart, brain wants. That's the most important. And at the same time, be self-aware of yourself. Self-awareness, that means that what your heart needs. Be true to yourself, be honest to yourself. Every person is different. Everybody's dreams are different. Everybody's aspirations are different. And whatever you are inclined to, you will get it. But for that, you need to spend your at least 15 minutes of your time to yourself to introspect what really your heart needs. And that is what is required. And after self-awareness, see to it that you discover yourself. That is called the self-discovery. And then the self-realization. And when you go through these three, then definitely, why not, you will build your creative confidence. That is what my opinion is. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Well, probably, no, this confidence building activity, I think institutes can definitely work upon based on what Madam has said. Help students discover what you are and what you can. And I'm sure some of the activities are already being done. We need to do a little more so that we are onto it. Shivkala Madam, coming to you is, what are some of the broad areas, because you are into coaching, mentoring kind of areas. So what are some of the broad areas where students can look upon to start their journey as an entrepreneur? Which you feel these are some of the low-hanging fruits or something so that they start?
So like I said earlier, start from your surrounding. COVID, one thing that has taught a lot of entrepreneurs or business owners is competition ka zamana nahi hai, collaboration ka hai. You got to start collaborating with people and understanding that you don't need to reinvent the wheel every time. Ki main ye shuru karta. There would be somebody else who's already doing that. Collaborate with that person, learn what loopholes that person may have in their business, and you become the solution provider for that. So now what in India, we see a lot of clusters building up. So clusters mainly does this thing ki ek hi jagah pe, in one place, you have one product, main product being made, and you have suppliers of those small parts that can build this one big product. So become that one person who can provide a solution. Entrepreneurship doesn't mean every time you should be, you're creating an impact for the society and stuff. You can create an impact for your life, na? You can build a good living for yourself and your family. Start from there. So when we talk about what children can do is first identify their strengths. Business owners, when I meet a lot of business owners, they say my staff they don't understand what I want. They just don't get it ki kaise kare. What we say is always hire somebody who's smarter than you. Your team should be smarter than you. You will have one quality that your team does not have. You should have the leadership. When you're becoming a boss, you have a title. But when you become a leader, you'll have people with you. So when and take time out to train your team. So for the youngsters is start, again, I say that start talking to your peers, your friends, your teachers. Start talking about your ideas, what you have in your mind. What is that you can provide a solution? That solution doesn't mean something technical or something, in mentorship and stuff. It can be a basic thing. We hold ourselves back. Yaar, मैंने ये पूछा ना, लोग हंसेंगे मेरे पे. There will be people who will laugh at you. First people to pull you down will be your family. हम बच्चा जब चलने लगता है विचारे गिर जाएगा. गिरने दो ना, लगेगा, फिर उसको समझेगा कि नहीं जाना है. Children, infants are the most smartest ones. They know किसके पास रोके जाने से क्या मिलेगा. They very well know. So learn from these things. हमारे इर्द गिर्द इतनी सारी चीजें ना that you can learn.
Sure.
And every time I go anywhere, I have a book with me. I write down everything that I learn. I have come here. I will ensure that I take one learning from this platform.
Wonderful.
So that's what, that's, you know, it's how you, it's a habit. You got to be disciplined when you want to achieve certain things. मुझे बहुत लोग बोलते weight loss करो. I am not disciplined in that. I know it. But you tell me about my business, in and out, I know of the 2000 artisans that we work with across in 25 states. I know them by name, I know them by family. किसके घर में शादी है, किसके घर में कौन गया? COVID, we lost a lot of people. Lot of our artisans we lost. But knowing your team, you know, learning, again, learning. Every day you should learn something. खुद में वो improvement and have your me time. जो confidence, what ma'am was saying, that creative confidence will come when you start not thinking. I start my day at 4 in the morning. Not because I have a lot of work at home, but that is my me time. I sit, I plan my day. Sometimes I just sit, kuch nahi karti hu, I just look out of the window. But that is required. When you come to our age, wo zyada lagta hai. At your age, wo kam lagega, but it helps. So basic things, start noticing what is around you. कौन कैसे बात कर रहा है? You will have one person who वो हमेशा एक ही बात पे बात करेगा. Your parents. हमारे जमाने में वैसा हुआ करता. क्यों हुआ करता था?
A lot of students are smiling at that.
In their age, so they can connect with me, or rather I can connect with them.
No, they are enjoying that.
Yeah.
So one question to the students, no, I think because it should not be the one-way communication, I thought let me engage them. So one habit which you feel is most important to be an entrepreneur, anybody. And I'm sure you will give Madam some award you should give them for some good answers. Yeah. One good habit which you feel is most important, or if you feel you have many, can you please share? Probably for entrepreneur or probably for successful people, something. Yeah, please. Yeah. Patience, okay. So somebody is saying patience. Is patience a habit? I don't know. I'm just asking you. Yeah. I'm talking about a habit. Believe yourself, okay. Self-belief, okay. I'm talking about habits. Yeah. Journaling. Okay. So, learning habit. Okay. Fantastic. Very nice. Very nice. Anybody else? See, I'm saying that, Steve Jobs, you would have heard about Steve Jobs as entrepreneur, no? Mark Zuckerberg, Reliance Ambani ji, Ratan Tata ji, all this. So all these are good learners, so I'm saying any habit which you feel this is, consistency. Yeah. Wow. Consistency is very good. So I think some of you have said some very good habits. Madam, you should give them some awards. No, no, because say they need to be awarded, appreciated. See, I think Madam जब बता रहे थे ना कि हमें कॉपी करने में भी कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. यदि किसी का अच्छा आइडिया है, we can copy. While I was reading one book, I'll just share it with you. Means हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम बोलता है कॉपी मत करो, है ना? कॉपी करने देते हैं. हमारा एजुकेशन सिस्टम बोलता है बिल्कुल कॉपी मत करो, ऐसे पढ़ने के, ऐसे आदमी अपना ऐसा लिखता है. मींस आई एम सेइंग हमारे सिस्टम में ना जब क्लास में बात करते हैं तो बोलते हैं कि ज्यादा बात मत करो, लेकिन आप कहते हैं बातें भी करो, बोलते हैं कॉपी भी करो. See, the problem is students are being judged or people are being judged. I think humans don't like to be judged too much. Would you like to throw some lights around that? Yeah.
To be very frank, sir,
yeah.
This is not my forte. No. But one thing I would like to tell you that building their careers and all these things, the faculty's role is most important. Rather than teaching them and So do this, observe them, tell them their abilities and their potentials. Sometimes at the age of 15 to 20, 20, 22, they are not able to understand their abilities and their capabilities. That is your role and your job to tell them and to nurture them about this. That is I wanted to think.
Just one more question to you. Ashok. When you talk about some of the skills which government is actually focusing on. So we have been hearing that government is focusing on the defense sector. I think there is a huge investment, I think close to 25,000 crores. Similarly, there is an investment opportunity in terms of energy, because government is talking about solar and other energies. So which are some of the skills which government is really focusing on, so that students or the entrepreneurs really benefit?
See, to be very frank, government is not as a part of the skill development department. We are not focusing on one particular skill. So we have 1,800 plus job roles.
1,800.
Yes, 1,800 plus job roles, and
How many of you are aware that these kind of scenarios are aware? No, 1,800 kind of job roles. Are you aware of this? Oh, thank you so
35 plus sectors we are working with.
Wow. Wow.
So we are working. I
Sir,
know
तुमची
that.
website वगैरह थोड़ा दिया है website. So
Yes, we have websites also.
Yeah.
Write down the website kaushalya.mahaswayam.gov.in. This is Maharashtra State Skill Development website. Again, skillindia.gov.in is the central government schemes website.
Very nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Madam, because you have also been to business management institution and you were
Yes,
with the
please.
director.
Yeah.
So probably some success mantra for the students, because these are 1, 2, 3 success mantras if you wish to share.
First is believe in yourself, have your open mind, come out of your comfort zone. And comfort zone is where you feel, yes, I'm safe. But when you come out of your comfort zone, in fact, the life starts. And from comfort zone, when you stretch yourself and reach your fear zone, but always one should go through that fear zone. Unless you face that fear or the challenges, you don't reach to the next zone, that is the learning zone. And after learning everything, naturally, there is a growth, and growth. And that is what the growth mindset is. Never ever be into your comfort zone or the fixed mindset zone. That is what my learning is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. In the previous discussion, also I learned about Mr. Liu talking about motivation, that something is motivating him to be there in that sadhana forest. So, and when I check with a lot of students, what really motivates them, they start thinking, because they don't get an answer many times, and it is not again their problem. So can we help them? Somebody like now, what really motivates them? Like even when you are talking about purpose, to be very honest, now I have started realizing that what could be my really purpose of life. Because when I was like them, I never thought of what is purpose. Goal setting has not been part of our journey. In most of our scenarios, we don't get into goal settings and all that, which are so very important. But I don't think we talk in the class about goal setting. So how they would be helped? How can we do something so that they start understanding that what really motivates them? आपको पता है what really motivates them? अभी पूछेंगे आपको गोवा जाना है. How many are interested? Everybody will get up 4 o'clock in the morning. आपको सुबह सुबह दौड़ने जाना है. How many of you will get up? Nobody will get up. No, मैडम ने भी बोला हमें वो भी habit नहीं है. So what I'm saying is, we don't know. Many of us don't know what really motivates, and therefore that doesn't drive you to be an entrepreneur. That could be one of the challenges, I think, because initial phase, we don't introspect, we don't get time, we're not taught also. So how do we help them? Anybody from Bhutan, if you have some happiness index, can help them motivate. Or Udayji, you would like to help?
So when I was young, I had enough time to go out, have fun, party. But I didn't have what do you call the punji, you know. Now, when I have the money to spend, I really don't enjoy going out much. So changes, you know. You can change your plan, but not the goal. Okay. In life, no. And see, the context is actually, I look at the country as large. And when I said it earlier, for me, you know, I have a 7-year-old son. Okay. And he talks about green road and waste plastic and all that stuff. He talks about Elon Musk, his net worth. Of course, he's too young to understand now that, about my project and what I do. But imagine, maybe by 8, 9, when he comes to know that, oh, my father actually built the first plastic road in the country. I would be the happiest and the proudest dad, you know. So that is motivation for me. It is beyond monetary, you know, and yeah. So you talk about, we are supposed to actually graduate from LDC now to be a developed nation, 2023. And we couldn't do it in 2018 because the EVI, the Economic Vulnerability Index, was very high. It was about 42%. The what do you call the trade deficit? It's supposed to be 32 and below, and that is why we were not able to graduate. But still, when I was going through the documents about a month back, I found out that in the last 30 years, there was only one item that was in the list, in the export list from Bhutan to India, and that was asparagus. And it's not even a 1 truckload, even the whole year around. So the bureaucrats have done a lot of, a lot of things which we as an entrepreneur are trying to, correct. You know, we of course have in the hydropower sector, the TCB, the Tourism Council. These are the two highest revenue generation in the country. But if you look at the tax, it is one of the lowest in the world. We collect only 12% from the total GDP. That is one of the lowest in the world. Okay, India is, I think, about 40–50%. So there's a lot to be done, and that is all personal to me. And this actually motivates me to go beyond in terms of generating employment, do good for the country. And yes.
Thank you so much for that. So I think motivation is another important area, which I think if you start focusing on, and if you start realizing what really motivates you, I'm sure in different situations, there will be different things which can motivate you. No, when I go to.
Sir, I would like to add.
Yeah,
here.
please, yeah.
So, when we talk about, purpose of life and what motivates you, till date, I take smaller targets. इस हफ्ते में या इस महीने में we are on the 21st. By 31st of January, I have to achieve this, which in turn will help me achieve my next quarter ke challenges or my target, and which in turn will help me my yearly target. So I take those kind of targets. So people said, take the 21-day challenge. 21 days, why? 21 days may you start forming a habit, right? We've read that. Most of us have read that. Start doing one thing. Now your exams will come. Maybe, you will have a target of, is saal mujhe I have to achieve 90% or whatever. Take that smaller targets. That will keep you motivated, and put it on your wall where you can see every day. If you come to my house, you will see all papers stuck. So I have a photo of a car. I have a photograph of a house. So these are things that are my long-term goals. रोज उठ के देखते ये करने के लिए आज क्या करना पड़ेगा. So every day I get up for the past 28 years. Every day 4 o'clock I am up. Alarm नहीं चाहिए, कुछ नहीं चाहिए. But you tell me to lose weight, I will not get up. That's not my motivation. See, you need to realize what you want. Your self-realization is very important. So when you want to become an entrepreneur, there's nobody who will, koi aapse reporting nahi mangega. There's nobody who will tell you why you came late to office. Ya jaldi kyun nikle. But when you're working, You'll have to answer all these things because there is somebody sitting on your head. That pressure is there. Entrepreneurship में कोई pressure नहीं है, but still people get up and go for their business. Why? Because they're self-motivated. It's something that they want to achieve. When you know what you want to achieve and you create or write a path how to achieve it, you will get up and go. कोई push नहीं करेगा आपको. There is no alarm रखना नहीं पड़ेगा या जो भी. So building that habit or having that clarity. First list down how many today in this room, how many of you know that what are you good at? 5 things. 5 things jo aap in next 5 seconds can you tell? We don't know what we are good at. Bura cheez you'll know. The bad things we know very, very well. Identify your good. Start appreciating your good. And start working on what you want with that goodness in you. When you know that, every day will be good. I enjoy my work every day. I travel for work. I have not taken a vacation for 30 years. I've never gone on a vacation because every day I enjoy what I am doing. So I don't need that. I may be one of a kind, but that's what it is. So,
Yeah, so we are all very unique. The way madam is, and I'm sure everybody is unique. So what she has given you message that try to introspect, अपने आप में अपना motivation ढूंढिए. इसके लिए कोई मदद नहीं कर सके. हर इंसान को अपना motivation, अपनी strength, अपना goal, अपना direction स्वयं को ढूंढना है. स्वयं को उसके लिए समय देना है. जितना समय आप फेसबुक, इंस्टाग्राम, व्हाट्सएप पे देते हो उतना ही समय आप आपके लिए दीजिए. यही शायद मैडम का मैसेज है कि उस
diligently every day, half an hour to 1 hour, I sit on social media because that's my way of connecting to people. I talk to people. I talk to my audience or my resellers. I try to find कोई मेरा supplier बन सकता है क्या? कोई नया artist है क्या? Is there any organization that who's doing something new? I can connect with them. So I use LinkedIn a lot. So these are platforms where and on your fingertip you can utilize it. You can connect with the entire world there. There are people waiting to help you. Gone are those days कि आप जाते थे तो they say नहीं ये नहीं हो सकता है. Like Udayji said कि now investors, VCs or incubation centers, they invite people, come to us, we will help you out. Because the need, or rather it's a win-win situation in every field. So take benefit of that.
So madam is saying that use social media for constructive usage. That's what she's trying to tell you. Use it for constructive development of yours, constructive development of the business, constructive development of your enterprise. And I'm with her. We use a lot of digital marketing systems for our own branding and all. So I think keeping in mind the time, Archana madam, I think it's 1:58. You have something? Anybody has anything very special to share? Yeah, because we stick to the time as well.
I just wanted to share 2 more projects of government of Maharashtra that we are working on. As we are sitting in the urban area, but those who are sitting in the rural areas, they are unable to reach such centers of skill development centers. So we have started the initiative that Skill on Will. We are creating the bus with the equipments and all these things with the proper trainers, and the bus will reach to that place and train their candidates and place them where the industries are requirements. So this is one more initiative. One more initiative that government has taken for the COVID widows. Those who have lost their husbands, we can say that for that COVID widows is we are coming up with. So make them the sustainable incomes. So these 2 initiatives have been taken and we are working on it. Very soon we are going to launch that.
My only request is you should publicize this, sir. I think some of these initiatives are not getting into the public too much, at least from my perspective. I'm saying.
It is already published on the website, but very few people knows that these websites. Yeah,
थोडासा
yeah.
newspaper
So,
मध्ये किंवा
yes.
इकडे तिकडे थोडंसं publish झालं. बरोबर
So,
ना, sir? So probably it will help because not everybody is aware of. So we may see what happens now. Government is taking a lot of good initiatives. But if we don't know, we'll say government is not doing anything. Asa pan hota. So it is good if you share. Uh-huh. Sure. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we'll connect also.
I have few suggestions for the academic institute. The first is we have to give exposure to all the students, basically giving very, very small projects initially. Like just go to supermarket, just find out whatever are displayed, just see the packing, see the rate, how many competitors are competing for one product. Just such small things. Also, how consumer is behaving. Observe. And after observing, write down everything, your observations, discuss in few of your teams, and just come out with whatever the solution is. Number two, that if suppose if you have idea, or what we say that in our idea generation, where the problem is, and that where the problem is, that becomes our idea. See to it that whatever the solution you get, don't love the solution, but love the problem. When you love the problem, you will find more and more solutions. And when you love the solution, you will stop researching on the problem. So love your problem and not the solution. And the third is for the academic institutions, see to it that basically the financial skills or the money skills is very, very important. I have seen that when I was talking to engineering students and when they wanted to become an entrepreneur, and when I was discussing with few of basic financial concepts, they were not aware of, or they were scared of handling those the knowledge area. See to it that you come out of it, even though you are commerce students, you know how the balance sheet is tallied. But when it comes to your entrepreneurship, what are fixed assets, what are current assets and everything? Oh God, I think I forgot something. Last year I have learned that is what happens. How the practical knowledge is to be used is the most important. And see to it that, like financial skills, there are many other skills which you can possess. And the most important, there are 4 things which you need to keep in mind. The first is the attitude. The second is the knowledge base. The third are the skills. And the fourth is important is the habits. That is what is required. And see to it that you get success, and always celebrate your small wins. And that will motivate you for the next one. Thank you.
I think we have already shot my 3 minutes. No, we were given 1 hour. So I wish to thank all the panel members from the bottom of my heart. I think they opened up very well. I think they shared from the bottom of their heart what they wanted to share. I'm sure students, on the other hand, would have gained something. So I wish to thank once again the organizers for creating this kind of panel. I'm sure, madam, when we talk about exposure, these kind of exposures may help students to nurture your thought process, at least from thought leadership perspective, and be as innovative, creative. Thank you so much once again. Thank you.
It was indeed a wonderful session where speakers from different demographics, different backgrounds, but with the common mission of developing a universal skills and competencies for our youth and coming future have shared their knowledge and rich experience along with their views in this panel discussion. With this, we are coming towards an end of this session. I would like to thank our panelists, Mr. Rikesh Gaurang, Mr. Milind Bhosle, Ms. Shivkala S., and Dr. Jyoti Gokte for their wonderful presence as panelists. I would like to place thanks to Dr. Nitin Joshi, sir, for the wonderful moderation. I would like to thank all the audience for their great participation. With this, we are ending the session. But picture abhi baki hai. Okay, we'll have a short break for the lunch, and after lunch, we will be having more sessions, and there's a video interaction session which Dr. Jimmy Wong from Hong Kong. So you, especially the participants, will be enjoying that session, and the people who are going to present their papers, they have to check their agenda. Due to overwhelming response, we have divided the tracks in two parts. The first venue is conference room, and the second is Katyan. Just take out your name in the agenda and reach to the venue after half an hour and having lunch. And at last, we'll be having the valedictory session with our speaker, Dr. Jenchai, who has come all the way from Thailand. So the end of the session also will be very much exciting to be with us. Thank you so much. There's a QR code on the screen for the feedback. Please do the needful. Thank you. The lunch has been arranged for the guests and the participants downstairs at the canteen. Thank you.
Yeah.